Sandra all the time is here with the cold heart true. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama. Call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra.
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth-telling, more problem-solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. All right. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing, honey child? It's a beautiful day in paradise. We got our problems, to be sure. I see Aaron is just rocking out to the music. Good morning, Aaron. I had to mute you because you're rocking out to the music. I can still hear
Bush. It's time to spill the tea with Sandy.
I have some important news for you. Interesting news.
It's Blake and Aaron's Spilling the Tea with Sandy.
K-Man's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
All right. Good morning, Sandy. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Aaron. Good. How you doing? I said I had to mute you this morning because you were rocking out to the music.
I know.
And
right?
I could still hear it. I didn't want Facebook to hear it.
I know. Yeah. You don't want to get banned, right?
Yeah, exactly. Might get in some trouble there.
Little Kate Bush running up that hill.
Nice.
Yeah.
So the big news, I suppose, that's trending at the moment is that we had some Cuban nationals protesting on the steps of the government building yesterday. And one of them was actually taken into custody. I'm not quite sure if he was officially arrested. He was removed from the scene and an ambulance was called because I think he might have scraped up his knee and they took him to the hospital, but he seems to be fine. He reached out last night. And I spent quite a bit of time out there talking to them and trying to understand, exactly what's going on. So we have an hour-long plus interview this morning that we will be playing, trying to be understanding, but at the same time, trying to get them to understand our perspective, which isn't always easy in either direction. So we'll see. I think we made some headway, but yeah. So we're trying to negotiate a few little things to see if we can, move the needle forward a little bit, not keep having this happening because it's getting really kind of repetitive.
Yeah.
In the face of that, the BOTs, British Overseas Territories, heads of public service, were actually attending a conference in the Cayman Islands. So this was unfortunate that all of this was going on because we had dignitaries here visiting from overseas. So yesterday morning, they actually had to take them through the back door at the government building. They didn't want them to, engage and see all these protesters at the front of the building. So the government building actually opened a little bit later than usual yesterday. And so it was a 2-day event being hosted by the Office of the Deputy Governor and led by the Deputy Governor and Head of the Civil Service, the Honorable France Manderson. And it focused on the current state of civil and public service in the Caribbean and Bermuda, British Virgin Island territories.
So that's a big thing going on. And then to have the other stuff going on out front.
Yeah. So it was, hopefully they had a successful conference. And I'm sure we'll hear more about that. So the participants were welcomed. So RCIPS is holding a recruitment open house drive in Cayman Brac. So they are doing one in Grand Cayman as well. So if you are interested in becoming a member of the RCIPS, this is your opportunity to jump on it, I suppose.
All right. Are they hiring more people?
Yeah, recently at the press conference, there was something I think that shocked a lot of us who were listening, is that although they've hired more people in the past 16 years, they've not hired very many police officers. I think the commissioner put the number at just 6 new officers. So basically, they're just trying to,
Okay.
I guess,
try to get more. Traffic police would be useful.
Yes. Yeah. So the recruitment drive, they're hosting a career open house at the Ashton Ruddy Civic Center on Saturday, May the 4th, and encouraging everyone to come out from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. So the police commissioner will be there and a number of other senior officers. So you can speak to them if you're interested about, any sort of opportunities with the RCIPS. So I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Beacon Farms is producing compost for a commercial sale. This is amazing.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. So we see them continue to make amazing strides. And they say that they're one step closer to achieving this goal of actually producing and selling compost and mulch commercially, thanks to generous donation from Hyvern, which is a leading fiduciary corporate and fund services provider. So this company has donated some funds to them.
So are they taking compost though from, like teaching other people how to compost and maybe doing some collection service, which would be super awesome.
I don't know if they're that far ahead quite yet. They do say that ultimately they want to triple the size of their compost facility, because I think they do make some now.
Okay.
Produce compost and mulch on a more commercial level. But we're going to be sitting down with them soon for a little chat, so we can kind of see from there how what the plans are, and we can certainly advise everyone.
Yeah, because that's a really good thing to do. Pull that out of the, you're pulling it out of the landfill. Also, that has emissions. Your compost that could turn into nutrients for the soil has emissions when it sits in the landfill. We actually, fun fact, at my house, we compost. So, yeah. Well worth it. So, yeah, that will be a nice little conversation. It would be good if more people could do that.
Yeah. So, yes, we're always looking to do things that are more environmentally friendly. By the way, I didn't mention that in yesterday's program that over the weekend was the Earth Day cleanup. And of course, the Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce tends to lead the way in terms of that. So, they do an amazing job getting all different people in the community from different walks of life together to try to go out there and do some cleanup efforts. So they were very, very successful. We actually have a little interview that we're going to play this morning. But yes, they were successful in that regard. So
that's good.
It's good. And the one thing that I heard after we spoke to a few people is this year there wasn't as much debris, which I thought, ooh, that's a good sign. So I think the NICE program, having just cleaned up, helped as well. And then maybe, fingers crossed, is it possible that the message is getting through to treasure our environment and, not do so much, polluting in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of hope sometimes, but yeah, I still see things that shock myself. I'm like, what? Are they just dumping that stuff just right there? What? Yeah, but a little, as long as we get the message out more and more people start to care about the way things look around them. That's the other thing. Tourists come here, they don't need to see garbage piling up. That's not Cayman. You don't want to portray that.
For sure.
But anyway.
All right. So there you have it.
All right, then, Sandy, we will see you tomorrow on the Thursday show. So you have a great rest of your show, and I'll talk to you then.
Thank you very much.
All right. All
right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Okay. All righty. Everybody good? Good morning, beautiful people. Honey chill. Let me see here. So we have, let me just see. Yes, allow me to grab some links real quick. Good morning to everybody on Instagram. I see Colleen joining us from Cayman Brack this morning. Hey, girl. Happy Wednesday, Hump Day Wednesday. So good to see our Brackers. I know they're kind of listening. Unfortunately, Bobo is not on the FM, what do we call it? The FM signal, but on the spectrum. So, you've got to listen either online or, you're listening on Instagram. By the way, I did find out, because I know some of you were asking about where you can listen to Bobo and where you can listen to this program. TuneIn Radio has just added Bobo. So, you can get the TuneIn Radio app and you can just look it up and it'll have Cayman radio stations. So they do have, I'm just trying to see here if I can find it real quick. But I've been told this. I haven't checked it for myself. So take it with a grain of salt. But I understand that you can listen to it there. And we do upload all of our shows on across the board on some podcasting channels and stuff as well. So you can always find the cold hard truth there also. So, and I think there's also an app for your phone that you can listen to Cayman radio stations. And of course, if you're close to the internet, like you're close to a computer, you can also listen via the DMS website to Bobo FM as well. So, yep, there is an app that has, I think the app has most of them. I'm just having a quick look here. Yep, Bobo is on there. In fact, it says that there's 30 people listening right now. It's called Streama. Well, this one is called Streama. Yep, there you go. You can use Streama, listen directly from the web. And I think this one may have the option of potentially allowing you to listen. Let me see here. Allowing you to listen. Oh, this is interesting. This actually tells you how many people are listening. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So you can also listen via, a couple apps on your phone. So hopefully you've got options. I know that some of you still prefer traditional radio. We gave out a bunch of radios recently. We don't have any left. Hopefully those of you who requested radios have now had an opportunity to collect them as well. So yes. All right, honey child. We got a full show today. So good morning. Greetings to everyone. Wow. So yesterday was a very, very interesting show. I do have some footage here of some of what transpired. So first of all, let me address a few little things because it's worth saying. So we did have some complaints that, we were giving some other people too much airtime. And then Hunter's like, he didn't have enough airtime. I was a little bit taken aback by that comment because we actually called Hunter because I know he didn't have any data and he was out and about on the road. So we ended up calling him. And so I thought that we gave him ample opportunity to speak. He doesn't think so. But in fact, I'm going to have a look at something here because, perception can be a hell of a thing. Doesn't mean that your perception is right, but it can definitely be a hell of a thing. So his number, I'm just going to double check something to see when we called him yesterday. And keeping in mind that when we called him, we had a lot of other callers who were trying to get in on the show as well. So thank you so much to the WhatsApp group for just confirming that you guys did receive that message I just sent out. Trying to figure out, how do I figure out outgoing calls? Oh, here we go. So we called him at 9:51 and his call was 11 minutes and 19 seconds. Trust me, class, if you can't say what you need to say in 11 minutes and 19 seconds, we got a problem. Y'all just need to learn how to be more concise, and that doesn't have anything to do with me. So I don't think it's a situation where you weren't given ample time. You may not have liked, the feedback that you got. That's a totally different situation. And in fact, long before the 11 minutes, we were having people who were not particularly happy about what they were hearing. They're like, oh, just hang up the phone. But, we like to listen. Y'all can't say this is why I'm a bit surprised by it, because I always say is y'all can't say that I don't give people enough time, because we don't really have a timer here. But there are times that you guys try to, you go on and on a bit, and I try to rein it in. So by comparison, because I know he made mention that Denny got a lot of time, and I know he might feel that way, but let's see how much time Denny actually spoke. Let me see if I can find Denny's number. Denny. Where's your number? What number did you call me from? Or did you call in WhatsApp? Oh, there we go, Denny. So he called at 8:27 and Denny spoke for 8 minutes and 8 seconds. So Hunter, you got 8, 9, 10, 11, 3 minutes more of talk time than Denny. And to be fair, he did call a second time and spoke for 3 minutes and 55 seconds. So in totality, you probably had about the same amount of time. My only recommendation is to be concise, right? Now, the reason why we wanted to hear, because I was trying to understand what it was that Hunter was actually saying. And I think y'all need to understand something, is that Hunter has declared, well, he said he's declared for Georgetown West, that's David White, right? And so, he wants us to consider him a candidate for the general election. And so I'm like, okay, when you make a declaration and you are a candidate for the general election, then, at the end of the day, you have to, you have to be ready. And if you're not ready, then that honestly has zero to do with me and everything to do with you. You got to take some accountability there. Ain't got nothing to do with me, honey child. I will do my part. I mean, the people might want to hear from you. I mean, that's entirely a matter for them. So, it is what it is. Yep. So anywho, I would again suggest that you all need to get it together a little bit. Yes, honey child. And there's only, so much that I can possibly do to assist you. And it isn't really my job to assist you at all, to also be very, very frank and honest. You got to assist yourself, but this is obviously a platform. And I get it. You know, you guys think that you can utilize this platform to reach an audience, and you can, but I think you also have to be careful that maybe what you end up doing when you're quote unquote reaching an audience is, well, let's just say you're not doing yourself any favors. Good morning, everyone. Diana Connor, Stephanie, Lisa, Marshall's here, Felicia Rankin, Siobhan's in the house, Miss Alba, buenos dias. Dayan, good morning. How are you? Damien is here. Siobhan says they don't care who is here. They're protesting, need to send them home. We're going to spend quite a bit of time this morning talking about the Cuban situation. Negra, buenos dias. Everton is here. Good morning. Wee, Leroy, Emma, Shaka Zulu. Yes, mama. Liana says, blessed good morning, Auntie Sandy and CMR family and the Cayman Islands. Hope all is well and safe today. Damaris is here. Damien, Irvelyn, Olivia, Leroy, Pat, Liana. Good morning. Shamika, so good to see you. She says good morning to Cayman and the rest of the world, because we do have people listening from all over. Lani, good morning. Switch back to glass. Oh, for composting? But isn't composting like your vegetable matter? We have a miniature compost at home that is then used in the garden. Miniature, like it's a little thing, but it does make compost. So I know Miss Stacy's always putting the vegetable shavings and vegetable matter in there to try to get some compost. Good morning to Dawn, Debbie, Andy from La Ceiba, Miss Morna from Prospect. Miss Beverly's in the house joining us from New York. Hey, Miss Bev, how's the weather in New York? Siobhan complaining that people are complaining. Damien says he can post and has no data, post comments. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not sure now that you say that. I hadn't even thought of that, Damien. Good catch. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he moved out of the area for data. I'm not really sure. One thing Hunter did say to me, and I want to make this very, very clear, is he was, listen, y'all don't get in your feelings. He's like, oh, if you don't think I should run, just say so. That's not a matter for me. I'm not your campaign manager. I'm not here to advise you in that at all. So what I think about whether you should run or not should probably matter less to you than anything else. So, don't, sometimes we get, and we let other people get in our head in a way that, especially if you want to be an elected official, is the last thing that you need to be doing. So Debbie says Hunter shouldn't waste his time on running. Patricia Blake in the house said, good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Magnum Opus, hello. Says Hunter had time to assess and critique his response to the situation yesterday. He now realizes that he failed miserably and now is looking for some sort of redemption, blaming not having ample time. Well, I can assure you that 11 minutes is more than sufficient time. I said it yesterday, and I don't want to mince my words because I want to be very, 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 very clear. And I know it was towards the end of the show, so perhaps some of you may have missed it. But as a Caymanian, I have an obligation to my country before anybody else's country, quite frankly. And if I find that my heart is torn about choosing somebody else's country, then we got a problem. And I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, because we got people who live abroad that have given up in Cayman. They're like, forget it. My heart is now in America. My heart is, in the UK, wherever it is that they're living. And they have the right to do that. Let me be very clear. Everybody has the right to choose. I'm saying for me personally, my heart is here. I chose to come back to my country as an adult. I didn't really have any choice when I left as a child, but as an adult, I decided to come back. And my sort of philosophy is, my gosh, if you can't make it in your own country, really and truly, you're going to go fight and try to make it somewhere else. And this is a sentiment even that we are saying to, some of the Cubans. And I am going to share some of what they had to say to us, because I think my objective yesterday, I did go by and see them. I spent well over an hour with them. My objective is to bring some level of understanding to both sides of this discussion. And so, they have their opinion, but we have ours as well. And because this is our country, I think that they have, and not to say that they don't have any human rights. I want to be very clear about this. They do have rights, but somehow there is a belief that maybe their rights trump our rights. And that will never be the position in this country, as long as most of us are alive and kicking. So I'm going to talk about some of it this morning so we can get a better idea of how, and again, this is my interpretation of the situation. We have the video. You guys can certainly come to your own conclusions. Good morning to Ingrid. Big up, Ingrid. She's my interpreter yesterday. Dee Dee, morning to Debbie. She's saying good morning to Zeus. He's not in the studio today. Good morning. What Denny had to say made a lot of sense, says Sydney. Johan is here asking about who's getting blazed up today. Shaka says, Auntie Sandy, whilst I feel for those people that are vying for more airtime, I think it's a bit of an entitlement attitude for them to think that they're being deprived of airtime freely provided. Yes. Good morning, Deandra. Damien says Eggshells, Symphony of the Reefs, says Magnum Opus. If he showed hate towards them, would you have felt better? Aldington, good morning. Coffee, bread, and butter ready for the day. Yes, sir. Bring it on, honey child. I got my water. Miss Iva is here. Miss Iva, any updates on my mango tree? I had a little batch last week from a neighbor. Brought me some nice local mangoes. Oh, they were so delicioso. Ingrid says she's got hot coffee and a hot mess today. All right, so let's talk about it. Morning, Marcia, joining us from Florida. She said she's on the job, getting her patient out of bed and listening to you, my Cayman queen. Oh, thank you so much. John LaRue, yes, bans are permanent. Anthony, good morning to you. Says, what happened to Cayman News Service? Did you buy them out or run them out of business? They haven't posted any content for the last 15 days. Are you sure? What? I don't read Cayman News Service, but let me have a look. 15 days is a long time. That can't be right. No, man, they posted something yesterday. NRA predicts 57% more traffic at Grand Harbor by 2036. Man sustains serious stab wound. No, they've been posting. Yeah. I don't know why you're not seeing their stories, but nope. They had something about the police. Stay over visitors still below 2019 records. Fire service recruits. Yeah, man, they've been posting. So I don't think there's anything wrong with them. But no, I'm not. That's funny because I'm not in the business of yeah. I am not in the business of not in the business of buying out the competition. First of all, we ain't got that kind of money. I have no clue. It's kind of a funny question because I have no idea what Wendy Ledger's, if she even has an asking price, what it would be. But that does make me chuckle a little bit. Okay. So yeah, maybe refresh. I don't know if your feed and their site isn't refreshing, but yeah, I don't tend to look at their content, but just going to their page now, looks like they're still posting. I don't know who's getting blazed, but my girl is getting downgraded from a schedule 1 to schedule 3. I have no clue what Rough Season is talking about. Leroy says the courtroom of Judge Sandy has spoken, happening with the Cubans, but that's what I want to hear about. Coming right up, KK Honey Chow. All right, so listen, after, Annie says, morning, Sandy, what's the title of the opening song? I'm obsessed with it. Well, the good news is Berman Scott wrote this song, and it's called, oh God, hold on. I think it's called Ask Your Mama. Hold on. In my thing, I just have it as theme song. Ask your mama. Hold on. I think that's what he named it. Okay, let me double check. But yes, that was a song that Mr. Berman did for me here in CMR. Isn't that amazing? She wants to make it her morning alarm. Yes, sir. He did that one. And he also did a country song. So, Anthony said on their Facebook page. Oh, sorry. They've never really been big on Facebook. That's, in fact, I don't even know why they're on Facebook, because I think it's a bit of a waste. Yeah, they're kind of hit or miss on Facebook. Oh, yes, you're right. Nothing has been published there since the 17th. Yeah, we have, and I'll tell you what, Anthony, I think this is really the game changer for us. And it was something that when I started CMR was like a bit of a singular vision, is that I understood that social media was where it was at. I understood how all of you were taking in your content, how you were interacting with each other. And for me, it was on social media. And so I think even before our website it was up, our Facebook page was up. And we post everything on Facebook and Instagram. The irony of it is initially when we got started, the first year, I didn't even have an Instagram account. It was just Facebook and the website. And somebody said to me, why are you not on Instagram? And I couldn't answer the question. I said, why aren't we? And I find that when someone poses a question to you and you can't answer it, that might be a good time to reevaluate why you're not doing something. And I was like, there's no good reason why we're not. And if you're asking about it, this young man, a Jamaican gentleman in IT, I said, if you're asking about it, then surely probably other people are as well. And we should do that. And we set up IG and we've been off and running so far. So, so Dominique, good morning. Shaka Zulu, he's broaching that conversation. Mm-hmm. Go right ahead, honey chow. Everton says, unblocking you, are you talking about me? I haven't done nothing to get blocked. No. I don't know who you're talking to, but no one's talking about you. Confusing. All right, let's get it. Okay. So first of all, I have a video that I need to share with you guys of what happened after kind of late towards the end of the show. So we had heard that the police had gone out there, and indeed they did. So I have two videos that I'm going to play for you guys. Let me just actually combine them into one. So hold on one second. So the police were out there and CBC was out there. Apparently, when CBC went out there, things escalated. Now, I'm not there, so I can't speak to how it escalated, whose fault it was that it escalated. I don't know nothing about that. I do know that it escalated. And what ended up happening is there was a bit of a scuffle. And one of the guys, in fact, the gentleman that we were speaking to on the morning show yesterday, was arrested. I say arrested very, very loosely. We just know that he was taken into custody. Okay. He did message me last night. He's fine. He has a better command of the English language. Most of them speak zero English. And so the reason why it's not like he's a leader of a group or anything like that, which maybe that's what got him arrested, is the police and CBC thought he was. But we'll watch the video together. I've not watched it, so this will be my first time watching it as well. And so we'll watch it together, but we'll see if we can decipher what probably happened. Yeah. These things can escalate very, very quickly. And I must tell you, I have seen, and I've been involved in protests where you kind of there's like an adrenaline that goes with the protesting. And this is why protesting can be dangerous and it can easily get out of hand. You have to really be extra cautious to have your wits about you and not get emotive. Even yesterday, when I went out there to speak to the Cubans who were there protesting, I had to really remain calm. Yeah, they were not necessarily the calmest. Like one guy was accusing me of, I was on that ship, and you were accusing us of this and that. And you'll see the interview, because I even said at that point when he said that to me, I was like, listen, you need to tranquilo, like seriously, you need to calm down. Calmate, because listen, you commandeer a ship, take a ship hostage, and you don't think that's aggressive behavior? So one of the things that I think they don't get, and this is probably a cultural difference, is what they see as just protesting. I said to them, Caymanians see that as aggression. But this isn't aggressive. We have a right to, and I'm like, whoa. I'm trying to get you all to understand. You're not in Cuba, okay? You need to comprehend how Caymanians feel and how Caymanians think. And Caymanians are driving by the scene, cursing at them, telling them to go back home and all sorts of stuff. Let me be very, very clear. The last thing that we need in this country is for the protesters, and I said this to them, our government has no interest in having Cuban blood or anybody's blood on the hands of the people of the Cayman Islands, CBC, police, the government, any of that. That would be the worst scenario and the worst possible outcome. But if we don't get this situation under control, right, we are definitely going to have at some point a clash that will not be good for them, and it's not going to be good for us. So that's why I'm all about, let's talk it out, right? A lot of times people get very, very emotive and in their feelings because they can't talk about a situation. That's why a lot of our young people are out in the streets fighting in schools, beating each other up. There's so much domestic violence in homes, shooting each other up, because nobody is communicating. If people felt like, you know what, I have the opportunity to be heard and you have the opportunity to be heard, and there could be like this, at least mutual respect for people to talk, right? You might not agree with each other. It has a tendency to kind of just calm situations down. That's why diplomacy, countries, when things are, flaring up, they have to have leaders who can sit down and talk sensibly with each other. In a protest environment, that's normally not the best environment to try to talk things out. People are already worked up and they're already emotional and emotive about the situation. So I went to speak to them with an objective of trying to get them to understand our position and also to listen to them, because I suspect that by the sounds of things, they really don't think that anybody is listening to them at all. But they also need to understand this is the Cayman Islands. So one of the interesting things that came up during the conversation, and I thought I didn't address it at the time, because again, I felt like I needed to be in control of my my emotions and not let anybody say anything to me that was going to make me flip on the other side, because then y'all know that's not Auntie Sandy. That's somebody else that's going to be coming out. That's a 10:30 after hours Auntie Sandy, and most of the time y'all don't really want to see that every day. And so I said, the lady there, I forget what her name is, she made a comment, "Oh, you guys forget when you had to come to the Isle of Pines." I was like, I heard the comment and my brain said, "Sandy, do not respond to her." Because this again comes from a place of ignorance. Yeah. Everybody understands, even Caymanians. We do our Cayman Voices series. You guys see it all the time. Historically, people migrate all over the world for different reasons. So yes, Cayman is now in an enviable position economically. We were not always like that. So our men in particular, and even sometimes our women, had to go overseas in order to find job opportunities. They were turtling. And that included Isle of Pines. That included the Bay Islands. That included Nicaragua. They were all over the place. That is why we have such an extensive seafaring history. Our men got up and went overseas looking for work. The difference is, and this is what I want to say, when you guys like to throw out this stuff about, "Oh, well, you came on and y'all didn't always have it." Yes, we like I said, we might be in a quote unquote enviable position now, but it was not always that way. And we have actually had to work harder and hard to get where we are. That's why at this junction in our development, if we are sliding back in the wrong way, we have some problems, right? It has to be all deck on hands to try to keep this Cayman ship steering in the right direction. And we also have some corrective moves that we need to be making. But here's the big difference. Our seamen did not go illegally into anybody's country so that they could say that we were unwanted. That's kind of a critical thing. So you can't just throw out, "Oh, well, you forget your seamen used to go to Isle of Pines." They also returned home, 99.999% of them. They were not going to the Isle of Pines to take over the Isle of Pines. They were not landing there illegally. Caymanians were not going there with an attitude. There is a difference. Our people, our seamen, have always been very, very humble individuals. In fact, when I speak to them and I hear them say things like, when they would go to Germany and Tunisia and all these countries and all these faraway places and, nooks and crannies all over the world, they kind of knew their place. A lot of times they were even hesitant to come off the ships, and they were respectful of other people. And there were places that they would have gone to, even in the United States of America back in those days, that they were not really fully accepted because they were Black people. And, back then there was a lot of outward and very blatant prejudices, and they didn't care if you came from a little island in the Caribbean. As long as you were Black, you couldn't go in certain bars, and there are certain things that you couldn't do. Our seamen have sat down and told me these stories, that they didn't even understand it. I remember Mr. Andrew Eden was saying, they went to some port, and one of the guys, had a Black wife and whatever, and they were confused at the reception that they received, because they're like, "You can't come in here with a Black person." Some of y'all high color, high yellow, as Caymanians would say, maybe you can pass. And a lot of us, kind of scooted in and out of places. They didn't ask too many questions, but they're like, no, this woman's Black. And that was the first time that he had seen color on display like that, like it was an issue. Because Caymanians, especially in those days, were like, "What? Color? Who's talking about color?" So we still tread the line. We still follow the rules. It's important to recognize that the manner in which you have entered this country has dictated a lot of what flows from that. And I think that, unfortunately, it is a very, very sad situation that they are asserting certain rights and they think that they have a legal position on things. And the truth of the matter is they don't understand. And so I'm trying to be sympathetic, Because if you don't really understand something, but you're trying to make a protest and your foundation is based on that, we need to fix that. We need to make sure that you understand what is actually going on. So even yesterday, I was trying to educate them because there were things that they were saying that I was like, that is not correct. That is wrong. I don't know where you guys got that from, but that is completely wrong. I know you don't want to hear that you're wrong, but you're getting emotive and upset and asserting certain things. I'm going to give you all one example. You'll see it in the interview because I'm going to play the full interview this morning. One guy was saying that I think he said the United Nations or the European Union. I'm not sure which one. One of those. I think he said the UN gives us money, gives us an annual allowance per annum to basically house and take care of these Cubans. So when we talk about the fact that we have spent $3 million on them, he's like, that's not our money that we're spending. And I was floored when he said that. I said, where did you get that from? That is not true. You think that someone else is giving us money in order to house you guys? I'm like, that is not correct information. So I could see, let's give people the benefit of the doubt. I could see how if he believed that was the case, and then they felt like we were mistreating them or whatever, oh, well, why are we complaining about this $3 million? Because that's not our money. I was like, sir, that's not accurate. So when you start from a position of inaccuracy and your emotions are based on that position, you can see how things can go left real fast. So I'm like, okay, when I tell you that that's not correct, then what? One guy swears that our CBC officers are trying to kill him, that they're trying to poison him so that he can't get refugee status. I'm like, sir, look at me carefully. Okay. Our CBC, I said, have you looked at CBC? Have you looked at the police? They look like they have the desire. This looks like espionage. This looks like, they're going to kill somebody in the Cayman Islands. Are y'all for real? They have more important people if they were minded to do such a horrific thing. They have more important people that they'd be targeting, not you, a little migrant that nobody don't even know your name. I was like, sir, but you see, again, let's try to understand where these people are coming from. It's a level of ignorance. And I don't mean that to insult anybody, but it is. They don't understand, but they're also coming from a position in a country where maybe the Cuban government would poison your behind. There's no holds bar with the Cuban government. So they'll poison you. They'll have your neighbor kidnap you, kill you. I mean, I don't know. These are stories of bygone years in Cuba. We've seen that they have targeted American and foreign dignitaries and embassies and workers in Cuba, so much so that they couldn't even figure out exactly what they were doing. They just knew that their people stationed in Cuba were getting sick. And something was making them sick that was in the Cuban environment. And so they've had to close the embassies and do all sorts of stuff. So I'm listening to him thinking, this sounds crazy. That you think CBC, them people over there, yes, so in that building are trying to kill you. But the man was dead serious. I was like, wow. I said, trust me, them people not even motivated to kill people who break in the law, much less you. I was like, dude, this is crazy. And he was showing me documents saying that the court had granted him political asylum. And he doesn't know why he hasn't gotten the confirmation letter. And I said, but sir, the court can't grant you political asylum. If you go and you appeal to court, you get a judicial review. What they'll do is they'll send it back to CBC for CBC and whatever to reconsider the decision. That's not the court's role. So there's a lot of misunderstanding and it's making them feel a certain way. And I'm thinking somebody needs to sit down with y'all and try to give you some help with understanding and break it down so that you can understand it. So watch the video from yesterday. Sandro, just hang tight. And then I'm going to give you guys some insight into why I think they were actually protesting, okay? So here's yesterday's video.
Mira, fucking Cuba. Mira.
So I'm going to keep the volume pretty low because, like I said, I haven't listened to it. And there could very well be some words in this. So we don't want to get in trouble with off-reg. But this is, we can see here, there's Mr. Garfield Wong. Police officers kind of like stand up there. The police officers were not the ones really who were doing anything. It was CBC that was trying to disperse the crowd and get them to move away from the government building. The other thing that should be very, very clear here is that what you should understand, and we talked about this on yesterday morning show, is that we actually had dignitaries visiting, and they're still here. I think today's the second day of their stay or whatever, who could not even go through the front of the government building yesterday. You have to understand what a horrendous embarrassment this must have been to the people of the Cayman Islands. We have the British Overseas Territory visitors there. It was just a coincidence. These Cuban nationals actually didn't know that. And I mentioned it to them yesterday, and they're like, oh, and I said, imagine, just think about it for a second, how you're making our government and our people feel. Of all the times that you could be having a protest, here we have, you know, the deputy governor hosting basically a deputy governor's conference with all the overseas territories and Bermuda, and y'all are out here acting the fool and making us look like fools in our own country on the steps of our building. And this is, you know, I'm trying to explain to them, although they don't see this as aggressive, I said, trust me, take it from me. As a Caymanian, Caymanians think that this is very, very aggressive. So this is, who took him away. I think they were thinking that he was the leader. He said he's not the leader. It's just that he, you know, spoke English, so he was kind of like speaking English on behalf of a lot of the people there. And so I think he got his knees scraped up a little bit. So when they took him across the street, they then took him to the hospital to get him some treatment, I guess, for his crate or whatever. So the other thing, and this is what I'm saying, you know, people don't understand. So the one lady, Ingrid, do you remember her name? I can't remember her name now, but the lady here in this red straw. Yeah, straw. Yeah. She was saying to me yesterday, oh, you know, CBC they can't come here and arrest us. That is only for the police. You see what I'm talking about? That is a position of ignorance. That statement is not a true statement. There are agencies other than the police that have the same power of arrest, and that includes CBC. CBC, even the animal welfare officers, they can arrest you. So this is a misinformed position that only the police can arrest you. So why are the CBC people taking him away? I'm really cautioning, and I've said this to the Cuban people, you guys really need to understand, you're not helping your cause, you're not helping your position. In fact, in my opinion, you are making it worse. You are making your situation worse. Yeah? Disrupting the middle of Georgetown like this on the steps of our government building. I even said to them, the only people that have dared to protest like this on the steps of our government building have been the Cubans, because they repeatedly do it, and Lovell. Because, you know, at one point they had to throw her in there. Well, y'all let her protest. I said, no. Let's be very, very clear here. We don't let her protest. She protests. And they're like, oh, what she's doing is vulgar, nasty. And I said, yes. And we all agree with that. None of us have ever looked at what Lovell has done with her protesting and said, oh, good job. No. We're like, we wish she would get back on a plane to Jamaica too. So don't use her as an excuse to justify your behavior, because that is not an example of what to do. Let me say this. By the end of, as we got closer to the conversation, Ingrid obviously was there. She can attest to this. They began to apologize to the Caymanian people after I spoke to them. Yes, we're sorry. You're right. We got this wrong. Because again, We have a right to protest. Just like you, I have a right to protest. And I said, well, here's the difference. I have a right to protest. But in order for me to protest, I have to go fill out the form. Ask the police permission to protest, basically. Tell them where I'm going to be, what I'm going to be doing, all this kind of stuff. I said, did you guys fill out that form? No. I said, okay. You don't get rights just because. Even rights have limitations. There are boundaries, right? It's like we were talking about last week. The freedom of speech is an amazing right, but it has boundaries to it. You can't just say anything you want, whenever you want, and how you want to say it. Every corresponding right has boundaries. And a lot of people, including some of the people I was talking to yesterday, don't seem to understand that. Be very, very clear. You're asserting rights and asserting powers, and yet you have a fundamental lack of understanding. How can that be? Lisa, good morning, says CBC has more power than the police. They can enter your property without a warrant. Well, the police can as well under certain circumstances. Normally, the police don't want to even chance it. They will go and get a warrant, and CBC a lot of times will get a warrant as well for legal reasons, you know? So this is Annie's saying, well, what are they protesting about? Let me try to see if I can break it down. Yesterday, when the protest, even before the protesting started, I got a message that said, let me read it to you all, because I don't want to misquote it, because I think it's important, and it's pretty much, very much on point this morning. This person who is in the know says, good morning, Sandra. I understand that the migrants' protests at GAB this morning is directly related to the arrest in the early morning hours of this morning of 2 migrants for escaping lawful custody. I'm sure that the migrants who are protesting today will use the CMR platform to complain about everything and everyone. I'm just giving you the heads up. So this really kicked off, quite frankly, because 2 of their people were arrested yesterday morning. And, you know, you got to pick sense from nonsense. So when I was there and I was getting some information about what happened and whatever, although initially they were like, oh, you know, our rights and we've been here forever and it came down to this. This is indeed what kicked off yesterday's protests. CBC went to the Baden Town Center where they're housing a lot of the Cubans, and they took 2 of them. And the Cuban nationals claim, and again, you'll see the interview for yourself. They claim that the way in which it was done is problematic. Okay? Now, it's interesting. They say they came in there with flashlights and this and that. But if it's a raid, let me be very clear. If it is a raid, isn't that what you would expect to happen? Nobody comes in and raids a facility, especially law enforcement and CBC. Like I said, for all intents and purposes, they have a law enforcement arm. They don't show up like, oh yes, let me knock on your door, give you time to maybe run in through the back door to hide, whatever. No, it's like a sting operation, Bobo. They come in and they might have to bust open a door or 2 and do what they have to do. So again, I don't know what their expectations were, but they have a belief, an erroneous belief, that they are being targeted because they're Cubans. And there's like, you know, we don't have any privacy at this facility. It's like people put up sheets to give themselves a little bit of privacy, this and that. And I'm actually going to go to the facility. Listen, I'm not saying that these people don't have some legitimate complaints. I have given them my word, and I'm a person of my word. I'm going to go to their facility in Bordentown and I'm going to see where they live. I want to see it for myself. Because it is possible that our government has put them in a situation that is not ideal. The other thing that I had to point out to them at some point is, listen, you need to think about the history of what has happened in relation to protesters, right? Because what you might not realize is our government agencies are operating on the basis of what they have had to deal with in the past. So I said, you guys realize that all the foreign nationals that we have here in Cayman, the only ones that are out there protesting as a nationality are Cubans? Yeah? And this ain't the first time. When was it? Back in the 90s or 80s? When?
The camera isn't responding.
Alexa, stop.
Sorry, something went wrong.
When all the Cubans came here, remind me of when that was. You see, these people don't know nothing about that. Half of them wasn't even born then. Not half, 90% of them wasn't born then. I said, your people have come here before. And the largest influx came here. And the stories, I wasn't here. I think this was in the 80s. I was not here. But the stories that I heard about how they went on. I have my very, very good friend Mary has a scar on her ankle because of those Cuban protesters then. 1994, thank you very, very much. Right? So at the end of the day, let me be very, very clear. Your people's history has set the stage for how you will be treated. You don't, that's logical, but if you're not operating on logic, then you simply do not understand that position. Our CBC officers, our police force, right, have to make assessments about certain things. And they know that in the past, they have had these issues with Cuban nationals and with protesters. So you come now and you can claim that you're different. Oh, people are not going to take that chance. You expect our CBC officers to put their lives at risk thinking you guys might not do something? They say, you know, see, they were belted with rocks. These are our immigration officers, you know, back in those days. They were, thank you, Giselle, Tent City. They were throwing rocks at them and all kind of stuff. That is aggression. That is assault. I said your history speaks to maybe you're not just peaceful protesters. I'm just saying. And our people, especially law enforcement, have to act accordingly. They were saying, you know, they try to be law abiding, this, that, and I'm not saying the majority of them are not. But we have also had some of them who've come here as migrants who have not been law abiding people. What about the one, you know, y'all want to forget these things. What about the one who took somebody's car? He has no driver's license, didn't know how to drive. This was just last year, maybe the year before. Had a head-on collision in the Eastern District, almost killing 2 young Caymanians in their vehicle. Does that sound like law-abiding people to you? They're going out there working illegally. Does that sound like law-abiding people? Because they said, we want to integrate. We're trying to learn about your culture and your food and this and that. But y'all aren't even following the laws. I'm just saying, come and understand what is going on here. You know, we need to have an understanding. I'm trying to understand you because in the words of a very wise man, you should seek first to understand and then to be understood. Y'all go check it out. Franklin Covey, one of the 7 habits of highly effective people. Rule and habit number 5, seek first to understand and then to be understood. This is about empathetic communication. And trust me, I was all in the zone yesterday trying to be as empathetic towards these people as I possibly can. I am trying to understand your position. However, you also need to understand where we are coming from. And you are in the Cayman Islands after all. Yeah. So come on now. Let us be very, very clear. I'm not here to hate on any Cuban people. Like I said, a lot of us have connections to Cuba. We have family members who are Cubans. You know, they're very different. I got to tell you the truth. In some respects, it is not that they're Cuban that makes them different, but in some respects it is. It's also when you grow up in a particular environment and you grow up in a particular way. When you don't have things, you act and you move differently. So let me give you an example. You know, these Cuban relatives are educated, nurses, teachers, whatever, qualified. They are Caymanians, but they're Cubans, right? So they have the right to come to Cayman if they want and live here. They have that right. They came and they went back to Cuba. You know why they went back to Cuba? Oh, no. I have to come to Cayman and hustle to get a house and do this, everything I have to pay for? Yeah, this is not a socialist state. Yeah, you got to pay for stuff. You can have pretty much whatever you want in life, but you have to work for it. No one is going to give it to you. Nobody's going to hand it to you on a silver platter. Right? Work for it. It's as simple as that. So your mentality is, oh, the Cuban government gives me milk until the age of 12. All kids get milk and this and that. Now they don't even have enough money. They're literally running out of money in that country. It's a sad indictment on socialist regimes, and that, you know, at some point, I don't care how much y'all want to complain about capitalism, you got to get up off your behind and go find a job because things cost money, even for governments. Making everybody want to rely on NAU is not how we're going to keep this ship moving in the right direction. It's a very, very, very sad situation. So I have a particular uncle who was, you know, feeling sorry for the cousins in Cuba, and he would send them money every month and go and visit them when he could and whatever. Of course, you know, they get to rely on this, and they think everybody in Cayman is super rich and relying on all this money. And whenever you go overseas, they expect you to be sending money back, supporting them. Like I said, this isn't unique to Cuba. It's any country that has a certain level of poverty. When people go overseas, they think, oh, now you're making the big bucks, and the people in your home country will sit back and expect you to support them. And having this mentality of being raised where the government is going to give you a bag of rice every month, the government is going to give you a block of cheese and all this kind of stuff really reduces your ability to be able to get up off your behind and get to work. When you recognize in life that nobody not giving you nothing, trust me, you got to find your inner hustle. Right? So I chuckle about a story that my aunt told me about these same cousins in Cuba, how they, one of them wanted a phone, a smartphone for her grandson, not even for herself, for her grandson, Tito, or whatever the heck his name was. Oh, Tito, you know, quiere un teléfono. And, you know, their English isn't the best. They spoke some English, but my aunt was like, he wants a what? A phone? What do you mean? You know, Donnie, this one, phone like this. So what she was trying to explain is that he wanted a smartphone, not just a regular like Nokia phone where you can make calls. No, he want phone like this, like, you know, where you can scroll and whatever. So my aunt laughed and she's like, I don't even have that phone for myself, much less I can work to give your grandson that kind of phone. What your grandson doing for work? Teenager, 14, 15 years old. He can get a job. So it is so funny, the expectation sometimes that people have that they should not have. And this is one of the things that here in Cayman we have to be very cognizant of, because believe me when I tell you, we are also creating a welfare state in this country. I see the comments all the time. People are saying, oh, this single mother, we need a system to be able to take care of her. Tell me something. Why on earth is this single mother laden down with 4 children and probably at least 3 different baby daddies? Let me be very, very frank here. It's ridiculous. She would be able to help herself if she didn't have so many children. And when I see you guys, and I watch the comment sections, I don't often comment, but when I see y'all up in the comment section trying to give these people sympathy, there is no degree of personal accountability whatsoever. Ask yourself, how did I get where I am today? I'm a single mother living in a car. Another lady messaged us, and it's not that I'm not sympathetic towards their plight, because I myself have been on the verge of homelessness. Right? That wasn't because I was out there with 4 children and doing nothing. That was because I was asserting my, what's the word I'm looking for? Independence, and moving out of the family home. And my aunt said, well, you move out, you get nothing. And I said, okay, that's fine. I will go out there and hustle. I'm a university student. I can work. I can clean people's nasty homes, whatever. I will find a way to make it work. What I wasn't doing was going out there, sitting down and lying down and smoking pot with every Tom, Dick, Harry, and Sue, and whoever else, and having all these babies. Because I understood, as someone coming from poverty, that the way that you stay in poverty is making poor decisions. And one of the worst decisions you can make is having other mouths to feed when you cannot feed your own mouth. It's one thing if you're hustling on your own and you only have to find food for you and a place to lay down your head at night. When you have children, it is absolutely shocking that anybody would put children and bring children into this world when they themselves are not settled. You don't have a job, but yet you can go out there and have a child? What is wrong with our people? And yet every day I see us defending this kind of behavior. And you know what is so ironic? On the one hand, y'all defend it. On the other hand, how many of you picked up and called that phone number to give that woman $1 or a place to lay her head at night? How many of you are saying you can move into my house? Come, I got a room in the back. I'll give up the rent and invite you and your 4 children to come. Y'all not doing it. So even your sympathy, if we can call it that, is superficial. It don't make no sense. Another single mother, Sandy, I'm pregnant. And I don't know how many other children. I'm a single mom and I'm pregnant. What are you doing pregnant? Hello, what do you? Y'all not heard of free birth control? Caymanian people, we have to do better, We don't have any right to be looking down on nobody. Because there is a segment of our population that is making enough poor decisions that will impact all of us. I don't know who told poor people, it is a poor person's mentality, I'll tell you the truth. I don't know who told poor people that the way to become significant in life is to go and have all these children you can't afford and make the poor children suffer and continue from one generation to the next of poverty and abuse and all sorts of stuff that comes with it. Why are we doing this? What are we ultimately going to get out of that situation? Y'all say, well, Sandy, the children are already here, nothing we can do about it now. Too late. I fully comprehend that. But the fact that we don't even want to talk about it says to me, and we don't want to be honest in our dialogue, the next young ladies that are coming up that are going to be making the exact same mistakes, why are we not having conversations with them about this is not the path to success? The path to success is not having 4, 5, 6 children with these no good men that disappear and can't be found. You know, somebody in the last post, somebody said, where's the father? And y'all got insulted? What do you mean where the father is? What I got to do with anything? Excuse me? It has everything to do with it. Because if you had fathers supporting their children as they are legally obligated and morally obligated to do, that woman would not be living in a car with 4 children. So what do you mean? What does having, or why are we talking about with the fathers? What does that have to do with anything? It has everything to do with it. Stop talking nonsense. Caymanians, wake up. I mean, honestly, we have got to do better. We are importing poverty, and we also have a breeding ground right here in this country for poverty. KK says HSA is offering it for free. You can get free birth control. Listen, I would rather pay for you to be on birth control than to have you bring 4 or 5 children into this world, because you know what the bill is for them. And it's not just about the money with children either. It's about having them be in a safe and conducive environment. Johan says, agreed, but at least those Caymanians are our people. So helping them comes before aiding anybody else that comes here by choice. Hashtag Cayman for Caymanians. That's perfectly fine. But if you think you can continue with that position and not have some serious implications in this country, because everybody's like, well, y'all gonna take care of me because I can have as many children as I want. I don't want to work. I'm gonna do whatever I want. Y'all got a problem. We all have a problem, unfortunately, because you can't isolate your situation from this sort of thing. Sonia says, I guess most people enjoy the bareback ride without thinking about the consequences. Babies, AIDS, STDs, etc. It's hard times, peeps. Think smart. Magdalene says they want to keep them dependent on the system. Dependent on them so that they don't question the politicians' actions. Well, the last time I checked, there's no politician in this country that is going to support their children and their family plus your 4 children. What they're giving you is nothing of real substance. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. You're in a very good topic. I tell you, it only takes you to bring these things out to light, while some Caymanians is just trying to hide it. What in the world do they think NAU is not? The working people that's paying into all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said before, Sandra,
mm-hmm.
The children is the sufferers. The children is the sufferers.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering, I keep wondering, and I don't know if you know, and you could tell me the difference that would make me feel better.
Mm-hmm.
I know of a young girl. Before she was 30, she's still just in her early 30s. Before she was 30, she had 6 children. Fortunately for them, the government had to take all of them over. Now, I seen her yesterday, pregnant again, because she went on this drug binge for months and months. Her grandmother that helped raise her, because her mother passed away
mm-hmm.
at an early age. didn't know where she was. She was only hearing where she was. And now I seen her yesterday. So that's the 7th child, if not the 8th.
Mm-hmm.
The 7th child, and she's only in her early 30s, or I believe
My God.
she's in her early 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when somebody like that, you can't call them fathers.
Mm-hmm.
You can't call them fathers. They're bums that also dependent on the working people
Mm-hmm.
of this island to give them. And I've heard some of them come into Cayman National Bank standing behind me.
Mm-hmm.
They want their effing check now, but not striking a lick. Not striking a lick. But I'm wondering if it could not be a law thought or set, whatever the word would be, you can correct me with that, that you don't have anything for these children. Okay, after 2 children, you got one, that was a mistake. You got the second one, that was a bigger mistake. To fix these young girls, at Foster's Camana Bay a few weeks ago, I seen a young girl and her mother that always walking up and down the street from one place to the next. And she was pulling up her blouse and showing some of the staff there. I mean, it was outside her belly because they asked her about it. And I said to her, my God, why are you bringing this child in this world? I had a blessing from her, not God's blessing. You know the kind of blessing? Can't stop that. Can't stop that. It's there. You can't stop that. When they themselves is at the hospital and do ask about birth control, they need to be fixed. They need to get if not fixed, because my boyfriend wants my man wants a boy. He wants a boy. I said, my dear, I hope the boy doesn't turn out like him, nor you. But, you know, it got to be something done, or we are going to be just as poor as some other Caribbean nations, or just as poor as what I seen demonstrating yesterday. Because if Castro was alive, he had every one of them working, and every one of them know how to work something, have equipment, something. But we Caymanians, well, I'm not working anymore, but I had to work from the time I was 14. But it got to be some way to straighten this out. Not what their man wants, and a man, when you have it, or they call it their man. I call him a bum. Disappear and get another child by somebody else, and then somebody else, and the children are the sufferers, as you know. I had a good friend, son, called me the other day, and it left me in tears, talking about his 4 daughters that's having all these children. Because I had said to him, when he said he got 5 or 6 grandchildren. I'd say to him, well, you can give me 3 to sort of cheer him up because he was, kind of down in the dumps. And he called and he say,
we do have another caller. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to join them, and then I'm going to ask you to wrap it up so that they can jump in with their comments. Yes, ma'am.
yes, thank you very much, and I'll try not to be much longer now. And thanks too for taking the call. If I could take a 3-year-old, and no, my next birthday is gonna be 72, and I have a mental cousin that the family don't help out with, and she's just my cousin, and I gave her up land, house, helper. Anybody in West Bacon that sees me driving her around, doctor and whatnot, I can't even handle her because I know nothing about that kind of. She's not aggressive or anything, but I know nothing about that sort of thing. But I try to do my best for her because she's a human being.
Okay.
But to take a 3-year-old, for God's sake, and how this little 3-year-old is amongst all these ganja smoking because of the mother bringing them, or they harbor around the place. Now I'm going to end there because
we do have another caller.
caller.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and I thank you very much for
Thank
taking
you.
this call.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
we
you.
have another call on the line. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra.
Hello there.
Yes, I've been listening to your comments for quite some time, and I think, and I want to congratulate you. You did doing a very good job on trying to open the minds of people and explain not just what you see, but other people see the situation with the Cubans as something that reality. Let me say this about the Cubans. I had a word with those people yesterday. In some of their biggest grievances, they don't have the opportunity to work. This is what they're saying. We are not here for handouts.
But they, yes, go on.
And it's something about the rumors about the paperwork, and they can't get their documents from Cuba and so on. Okay, I'm taking a note of that. But the thing is, in all fairness, the amount of people that we got here just in the construction industry, everywhere you look, you see hotels, condos, everything going up. And we are bringing people from all walks of life to man these places, hotels, construction, everything else. And when we talk about where we're coming from or where we came from, I don't think a lot of people really realize where the Cayman Islands was 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. Cuba was one of our main places to get employment and go there and live. I remember my brother, who is deceased now, he would go to Cuba on the Tanya and get $1 US. He would bring a sack of oranges, 100 oranges, okay?
Yes.
We went to Colon, out in Panama. Caymanians were there in the Canal Zone.
Yes.
We went
and
to
we
Pandora.
I'm not sure, sir, if you heard me talking about that earlier, because that was mentioned. That's part of our history. And that is why we have a seafaring history, because we had to go elsewhere in order to work. But the difference is We did not break any laws in order to go to those places to work. That's the difference, you know. We didn't enter those countries illegally. And so even your point about they're complaining that they can't work, it's because of how they entered this country. If they came the right way, like found somebody to take out a work permit for them, they could come to this country and work. They're not doing it that way. They're coming as illegal migrants. And so you are treated differently when you come here as an illegal migrant. You don't have the right to work.
This is so true, but under the same token that you're saying, and I'm not trying to be too sympathetic about these people.
No, I mean, listen, give them all the sympathy in the world. But, you know, this is also the real world, and they have to understand, despite the fact that we can do more than one thing at the same time. You know, as human beings, we're very complex people. So we can be sympathetic towards their plight. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find someone who isn't sympathetic, because, you know, we've not lived in that type of oppressive environment. So we don't even have a true understanding of what that is. We can be sympathetic, and we can also at the same time say, despite being sympathetic, we have rules in this country that must be followed.
Absolutely. And may I add on to what you're saying? Those people that are coming here, they're born under Castro regime.
Mm-hmm.
They're not educated or have the moral standards that we have here. So therefore, there would be a lot of difference.
Mm-hmm,
and with some people, probably you or somebody with the kind of intellect that you're really demonstrating, to go to these people and sit down and talk with them, because what I took away from
that's exactly what I did yesterday, and you're soon going to see it on you'll hear it on the radio.
This is it. We need to sit down with the people and tell the people you're in a different environment. You're not in a hostile environment like where you come from. And when you talk to these people, I am sure, and I feel confident in saying, that they will understand what's going on. But I feel so embarrassed by listening to these people that are not even Caymanians that come into this place, you know, and take advantage, take their liberty into this country and have no respect for Caymanians. And then you're going to come here and talk about Cubans and this, you know. We are so far gone. This is more than a runaway train. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
What's going on, Sandra? You know, and I may say this, you're talking about the Cubans. If you see an uprising by the other nationality here, we gonna have to go in our house and hide. Not me, but a lot of people are gonna turn back onto them. And I see some very aggressive, rude, ill-mannered people coming into this country with no respect for man or God. Yeah, it is not good. So when they're sitting down talking about Cubans, yes, they need to be really educated and disciplined. But where you coming from, Bobo, it's not a pleasant environment. That's why you come here. So try to clean up yourself, take a different approach, and keep your mouth shut if you can say something good. Sandra, thank you so much for listening to me. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you so much, my dear. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you so much, that caller. So, I mean, listen, I'm sympathetic. I'm sympathetic, you know, and I can't say that I fully understand what life must be like. I mean, we have some degree of oppression here, but trust me, that is nothing. That is nothing like what these people have to live under. And still, we have our rules that everybody must follow. Just because I'm sympathetic towards you doesn't mean I'm going to make up a whole new set of rules for you to be different and have special concessions and whatever. That is not how it works. You understand? Simple, but not so simple at the same time. Somebody was saying, to give myself a kaboom. They were saying how, you know, somebody else, and I think obviously this is a foreign national, talking about they're stranded here in the Cayman Islands, nowhere to live, pregnant and destitute, and want to know, you know, how they can get deported. And I'm thinking, what is wrong with y'all? You come to this country to work, yes. Presumably, because where you're coming from doesn't have the economic opportunities. So you come here in a work permit. Not only do you find yourself destitute, but on top of it, you manage to get pregnant? Really? I mean, are y'all serious? Chi says, Sandy, I agree with you, but do we know if the fathers are even on island? Or are the fathers in HSM prison? Or are the fathers of these poor children even alive? These are the questions we should ask and not judge this girl. We don't know her whole story. There's always three sides to a story. And to be very, very clear, Chi, in this particular instance, I didn't ask too many questions, but I can tell you that in the past, I have asked a lot of questions of these mothers, sometimes even when they're messaging me myself, and I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything that they tell me that explains why they are not taking control of their own bodies. Right? Why am I out there with a deadbeat dude that's in and out of Northwood prison? Why would you want to have a child for somebody like that? What contribution from Northwood is he going to be able to make? That's the worst kind of sperm donor in the world. You're better off running to the sperm bank and paying for some sperm than have that joker be the father. So, I only know of one instance where the person has eventually died, but when he was alive, he wasn't no good then either. So the children aren't any better or worse off because he's dead. They just have a dead father. I'm just giving you, Chi, the full facts. So we're not delving into everybody's situation, but what I can tell you is in 99% of the cases, the father's alive and well and kicking. He might be in Northwood because we got enough of our Caymanian people up there for sure. Okay. What was the other question? If he's on island, well, most Caymanians getting pregnant by Caymanians or Jamaicans. And the reason why the Jamaicans getting them pregnant is so they can stay on island. You know how ridiculous our people are? Let me give you the story. I know sometimes y'all not always paying attention, so I might have to repeat segments of stories, right? Not too long ago, we were talking about a particular minister and his PA and this and that. And I was saying the PA, give the husband jacket. Where you think the husband from? He not Caymanian. He's a Jamaican living his best life. Got another baby in the way, has a girlfriend. Think he got a Jamaican girlfriend. And guess what? Guess what? Listen very, very carefully. You talking about if they're off island? They would claim a jacket, as Jamaicans would say, on paper. Because you know what that does to you? That can give you Caymanian rights because that's a Caymanian child. He would rather claim a jacket, live here and still live his best life, having children, whoever the hell he wants. But on paper, that is his child. And it's not really his child because he did the DNA test and found out enough of him that the wife lied. Pay attention. If they're not here, it got to be something really bad why they're not here and taking advantage of, oh, I have a Caymanian child. Enough of them is looking for an anchor baby. They're not going nowhere. And again, it comes down to the women. Chi, I can understand maybe one poor decision where you got pregnant for the wrong guy, but come on, honey, explain 4, 5, 6, explain it. Because that is when I'm like, this don't make no sense. When you keep doing the same thing over again, I can't believe, listen, the fathers, like I said, have a legal and moral obligation to take care of their children. But ultimately, the responsibility is with the woman. Because guess who controls whether she gets pregnant or not? No man can't come and force you to get pregnant for him. And if he's trying to do that, that's abuse. And you need to run like hell, like a bat out of hell. Get out of the situation. Women need to take control of their bodies. And I feel that what is happening is we have too many young ladies out there who believe that having a baby is going to get them something that it's not, including love from somebody who don't love you and don't care. They just dropping some sperm and going on to the next one. I would challenge you to find me one. Like I said, I know of one young lady. I think her kids, I don't know if all three of them was for the father and the father's deceased, but I know at least two of her kids, their father is deceased, right? But I would say that you probably can't even find me 3 women where that is the case. So individuals have individual stories, to be sure. I get that. And there could be some unusual circumstance, but what I'm telling you is in 99% of the cases, it's just people making poor decisions with their lives, picking the wrong partners, not prioritizing their education, not prioritizing themselves. And that is what it boils down to. And when you're in a position to make poor decisions, then why is it that the rest of the community has to fix your problems? Now, it comes down to the question, am I my brother's keeper? And we are here to help people, to be sure. However, there is a limit. Because you know what the saying is? God helps those that help themselves. You can't sit back and do nothing to help yourself and continue to make poor decisions, in fact, that are detrimental to your own well-being and expect everybody else to fix your problems. Did y'all listen to the end of the show yesterday where we played the phone calls from those young ladies in the video, Haley and Shanae? Wanted us to take down the video because, they can't get no jobs and this and that. You heard what I had to ask them? Tell me something. Tell me something. When was the last time you had a job? Oh, well, I had a job at the West End and blah, 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 and you lost that job. Yeah, because excuses, no accountability. Every job you have had, you have lost. You're not keeping no jobs. Why is that? So keeping up the video isn't going to be here nor there for you because you're not keeping a job anyway. Y'all think you're smart and you're trying to use your brain on me, but I got about 25 years of life on you. So that not going to work. People are not going to want to hire me because no, people are not going to hire you because when they look at your resume and they see that, my gosh, every job this woman got, she has lost, and they call for references and nobody can give you a decent reference. Those are the reasons why you're not getting hired. And I got nothing to do with this latest video because it ain't the first video. And I'm sad to say, but I doubt it's going to be the last. These are the people that I'm talking about who are out there every weekend. They can find time to party. They can find money to party with. They can hang out with gangbangers. And then when they get to baby number 4 and living in a car and sending us a message, we must help them. And you know the difficulty, Chi-Chi, of helping certain people? Unfortunately, the more you help them, the worse they are going to do. Because they realize that they don't have to put in no effort. Oh, somebody gonna feed me, and you gonna give me vouchers, and you is gonna give me a place to stay. I can get up and smoke pot all day and go out and party all night and still have a roof over my head. Still have people that I can beg to be paying my CUC bill and give me gift cards. You think that motivates the average person to get up off of their behind? Look at me in this camera again. To get up off their behind and actually do something with their lives? All right. Morning. Duke says, Ms. Sandra, what is the international law or the agreement with the UK government and the Cayman Islands government regarding Cuban refugees? I wonder if we couldn't, I know the deputy governor, he's very good with answering these sorts of questions, but he is actually tied up this morning hosting his overseas guests. So I wonder if we could not get the position on this crystal clear for Mr. Clifford himself. Let me see. Because this is another part of educating the people, the Cuban migrants, that they need to understand. Symphony of the Sea says that girl was right. I bet she's gonna show us and make fun of her resumes. Symphony of the Seas, she didn't even send her resume. This is just a piece of paper that I picked up to make a point. Nobody not showing no resumes. She did not even send it. That shows you that she never intended to send it. She's not really that interested in finding a job, I can assure you. Now, somebody sends you their resume asking you to help them find a job. Are you not going to have to share it to some people who might actually be hiring? Do you think, Symphony of the Seas, that either one of these young ladies have gone and registered with Jobs Cayman and they sit there and they scroll through the jobs to see what they can apply for? It's on them to do their part. I'm not here to fix their problems when they're sitting there destroying their own lives. As Pat says, you become enablers. She never sent her resume. You heard her say, I'm sending it right now. And the other girl's like, don't send it. That's Shanae. She not got no sense at all. Something really wrong with her. I feel sorry for the child that she brought into this world. I really hope she don't have no more. Like, I hope she go tie her tubes, because she is a horrible mother. And y'all can contradict me if you want, but I'll wait for the proof in the pudding. They walk around that poor baby with feces on her face. On her face. Talking about, oh, I don't know what to do her. Why she keep eating her poop? That is a level of ignorance that we're dealing with in this country. And the poor little child actually has something wrong with her. She got special needs. And unfortunately, this is the mother that she gonna have to live with. So when she said, yeah, I sent it right now, there no resume ever came. The only purpose of that phone call was to get me to take the video down. And if you listen to it carefully, as it continued to escalate and they saw that I was not going to take the video down, that is when it was like the attitude started to come out. Not a business, but your attitude, you're entitled to have an attitude if you want. I mean, I'm not helping you, but go right ahead. People think that they can make comments like, well, Sandy not helping me find a job. Why are you not helping yourself find a job? Like I said to her, how am I supposed to recommend you to anybody with your track record? That's why I asked, what happened to your last job? Tell me what happened to your last job. Well, I couldn't show up on time. How many warnings? It's not. The West End fired you because you can't even show up to work on time. And then you're talking about you got to go take a smoke break. So wait a minute. I'm going to have to recommend you to people who are okay with you taking a smoke break. Oh, well, I don't really smoke cigarettes, you know. Okay, well, what are you smoking? Oh, well, I got my CBC card, my CBD card. So when I get caught, I can say, well, you know, it's the oil, not the smoking of the pot. Really? Really? Y'all want me to have sympathy for these kind of people? No, sir. I mean, like I said to her, I'm sympathetic up to a certain point. But y'all are adults. And I'm hearing that your granny tried with you. You just wanted to be a bad girl. And now you're in the real world, age 21, and can't get a job. Well, that ain't my business, because when you get a job, you're still not going to show up on time. You're not going to do the people business, do the people work. Somebody says that same little girl Haley posted on Instagram a while ago how she loved Gunman. So you can see what her priorities are. My God. But yet, I must help her find a job. Okay. What a mess. Hot mess. Yes, sir. Good morning, caller. Good morning.
Morning, Sandra. I'm calling back again.
Yeah, just turn the radio down for me, please.
Right. I'm trying to get some information about these Cubans. Are they allowed to visit anyone or to go to church on the weekends or anything?
Yeah, they have, most of them have free movement, you know. After, okay. Yeah. So the ones at the, I mean, obviously they're protesting in our government steps. So what would prevent them? What would prevent them from going anywhere else? So,
okay, I just wanted to know because
yeah,
sometimes you have restrictions.
Yeah, I think initially when they first came in, there is a period of sort of quarantining, if you will, until they figure out a little bit more about who they are and whatever. And then they move them into like a community. I mean, I hear that the Civic Center in Bordentown is pretty much destroyed. I'm not sure if that was the best solution for housing them, but they have free movement after a particular point in time.
Yeah, my grandfather would say, talk is cheap, but it takes money to buy whiskey. Okay. I think if we are permitted, Caymanians could probably take not the majority, but 2 or 3, and take them to your house on a Sunday and kind of educate them in the civilized world, what it's about. And I think that would be a vast difference in their attitude as well. You can just kind of play with what I said, but I think that's a big problem that they come from an environment, a hostile environment. And, these guys are saying, look, we got family back home. They don't know what's happening. We're not able to even send back $1 in their situation there. It's not a pretty situation. And they're willing to work is the main thing. They don't want handout. They want to work, which is,
yeah, but they can't work because of how they came in the country. If they're willing to work, what they need to do is find somebody in Cayman who's going to take out a work permit for them.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like they have to do it the right way.
Right. Exactly. If it's allowed. Yeah.
There's a lot of people here who are like, they're willing to work too. But in order for them to be able to come here, they have to take out work. There's a process and a way to do it. And they're just not doing it the right way.
Okay. What I see also, in the construction industry, I see literally hundreds, it could be thousands of people circulating here. One nationality, I don't see any chances that they even would be cooperative and say, well, I'll try to take out 2 or 3 permits. And there's so much construction going on.
Let me be clear. Somebody said this. I think this is an important point because I did touch on this earlier. Magdalene says they are working illegally. I've sent pictures to CBC of them being picked up from my business place. So CBC has actually issued statements about this before. We've known of trucks coming and pick them up and take them to job sites. So a lot of them actually are working under the table.
Okay.
Which is also against the law.
Yeah, sure. I understand that. Yeah. Okay, then that was my second little piece, and have a pleasant day again.
Thank you, darling. No problem. Okay. All right. So we're going to play the video again here shortly from yesterday. Again, I went out there and at the end, we received an apology on behalf of the people of Cuba. They've issued an apology to the Caymanian people saying they didn't really mean anything by it. They also agreed to leave the location. They were mostly concerned about the well-being of their friend, which you can understand. But I said, they were like, oh, if the government lets him go and this and that, then we'll leave. I'm like, you guys don't understand. You're not in a position to be negotiating. This isn't a hostage takeover where you are in a position to negotiate. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. Sorry, I called in yesterday. I'm just calling in now.
Yes.
I've been listening to a few of these people speak on the phone here. Obviously, I'm walking my children back from school now, but I'm just talking just watching you guys as I'm going along. And
how many children do you have, young man?
I'm
curious. May I ask?
I have 2.
Aw.
I have 2.
Okay.
I have 2. I have a little boy and a little girl.
Oh.
She's standing in the mud right now. Aya, come here. All right, so. But yeah, I feel like Caymanians are really sheltered from the issues of the world. Because living in the UK, I can see what the same mindset that all the Caymanians have. Oh, let's give these people a chance. They're just trying to get a job. The degradation of your culture is what's going to happen. These people are going to destroy the fabric of our societies. Simply put, right? You just said it just now. They come in, they're working under the table. What does that do to Caymanians or people who come legally to the country who's seeking to work? They have families too.
Yeah.
They have children too. They care about, their family and their children that they're trying to provide. And they're being undercut by these illegal people. That's gonna build resentment towards them, and there's gonna be a clash, a cultural clash. And there's a lady that called in earlier about, the young ladies not being taking responsibility for their bodies and stuff like that. And she's asking for legislation from the government to then, you know, restrict them from having certain amount of children. The government is not your father.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can't legislate common sense either.
Fathers. No, you can't. The government is not there. This is what the same issue that happened to the Cubans over time in their communist state. They became more and more reliant and try to pass more and more legislation until the point where the government controlled everything, and it took one strong man, Fidel Castro, to come in and to instate a communist society. That's the same way that Cayman is going. And the heavily reliant, the reliance that Caymanians have on government need to fix this and government need to fix that is an issue that I see that will ultimately destroy the country. The government is not there to help you. They're not your friends. They're not your friends, people. The government cannot replace good fathers. Okay, they cannot replace good fathers. The saying goes, morals influence culture, culture influence politics. Communists believe that politics influence culture, that can influence your moral fabric. That is not how society works and free nations work. We need to stop relying on government and get away from that. When it comes to the Cuban people, I say send them back. I have no sympathy and or empathy for any of them. They came illegally. They're not our responsibility. Send them back home. I don't care if they're taking advantage of our system. Send them back. The same way that I want to protect the Cayman Islands is the same way that I want to protect England from the people who take advantage of the system to degrade this country. I don't have any sympathy for them.
I don't know how many Caymanians you know that are living in the UK, but let me be clear. Even some of our own people have gone to the UK and tried to take advantage of the system there, which is really, really sad.
Yeah.
They show up signing up for.
I refuse.
Their what's their social services called? Whatever it's called.
I can't even. I can't even.
Their equivalent of NAU.
I refuse.
Yeah.
I refuse to use any of their social services. I refuse it. I will never go on it. Even if I need it, I will never use it. I refuse to go on it. I'd rather find myself a job and work from the bottom, picking up garbage if I have to. And that's not the mindset a lot of these people have. The Cubans, some of them are hardworking people. I do understand that. But at the end of the day, they come from a society where they're used to receiving handouts from their government. They come from a communist state. People need to understand what socialism and communism is before they can try and speak about how to fix or educate these people. They come from a place where they had free handouts all their life. Yes, the system was collapsed, right, under the weight of the government. But
someone says to please give you one second, young man. Symphony of the Sea says give him a hallelujah. So we're gonna give you a kaboom and a hallelujah.
Kaboom!
Ups.
Praise the Lord.
There you go.
But I won't take up too much more of your time.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that. But I just want my family to know that stop relying on the government to fix your issues. Okay, there's nothing that they can do to help you. You need to go out there and fix your own families. Women need to take accountability for their bodies, like you said, and men need to take responsibility for their children.
Exactly.
That's the only way to fix the cultural issues that we're facing.
Thank you so much.
So I just leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Right.
Absolutely. You know, like I said, I'm certainly not giving men a pass. Oh gosh, where's that phone ringing from? Which phone is that? How come I don't see the number? Oh gosh. Oh, there we go. Oh, hello, caller. I heard it ringing, but I couldn't see it ringing.
Morning, Auntie.
Yes, morning,
it's me
darling.
Again.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, you are. That's a very intelligent young man there that was just speaking. So I just like to make him know that. But however, we gotta remember one of the greatest economy in the world is a communist country, that's China. And sometimes people mix up communism with socialism, you know. So I'll just leave that right there. What we're saying yesterday, you were saying that the government were renting some places for these Cuban people, and they destroy the place. So tell me something now. That mean government got pay for the damages, right?
Yep.
Thank you. You were saying that yesterday. I was going to call and just add that to it, but thank you. Yeah, that's something for the people to look at. Yeah, they got paid for all the damages that these Cubans make. You know, it's that simple. The problem is we should never have them here. And there is an argument that could be made, Sandra. We just need the right person to go to the United Nations Assembly, get a media with them and say, listen, we can't have these people into our country because we don't have the budget to support these refugees. If Anna what a Cuban was probably telling you about, that there could be a case argued that Cayman could go to the UN and they would issue financial help. That they could do that, you know. They could do that, and they might be willing to do that. The UN might be willing to do that to supplement the cost of housing these Cubans here in Cayman. So that could be one of the issues that our government take if they want to continue to house these Cubans here. But then they got how to be more responsible for the money what the UN gives them. You see what I'm saying? So that might have been what a Cuban was telling you, but he got it mixed up. It isn't there yet. Cayman isn't there yet, and they don't want to do it. But that's one of the arguments that could be made. We don't have enough money to support these refugees, and the money that the resources of our people is going on these refugees, and we cannot no longer accommodate these refugees. That's the only argument that the government make. I mean, try to at least do it. And then come back with an answer, but neither politician is doing it. It's a whole pile of corruption and thing around this, Sandra. It's a whole pile of corruption, believe me, because who those places that are being rented for? They're for somebody. They're helping somebody in the economy, right? The places that the Cubans are renting, maybe that person couldn't get that place rented before because the rent was too high. But now, when the Cubans come in and the government is willing to rent place, we'll give you $5,000 for a month for it, no problem. So that could be a conflict of interest, and all that is going on with these. The same thing with the vouchers. We got feed them, but then the supermarkets and everything are being supplemented with this extra revenue too, you know. So it's a whole pile of things that they could be done, and they're not doing it. So it makes them look incompetent, and then it falls back on the people, you know. All right, then later. That's all I want to say.
All right, thanks, darling. I appreciate it. Okay. So let's listen to the interview now. I want you guys to get your second or third cup of coffee. And we're going to listen to some of what transpired yesterday. Again, my objective was to go there, figure out from them what's going on, and really try to understand their position, but also to get them to understand our position. So sit back and have a listen. Okay, so we're here at the Government Administration Building Tuesday afternoon. We're talking to some of the Cuban protesters that are here, and we're trying to understand what the issue is, okay? So I know this morning we were speaking to the young man. What was his name?
His name is Nadir Aguilar.
Mr. Aguilar.
Yes.
So we were speaking to him, trying to understand what was going on, and then things got a little bit crazy, because explain to us what happened. The police came.
Police came. Everything, this has been for years. A lot of them have been up here 5 years and none been solved, not even to send
Okay, but tell me what happened this morning.
This morning at 4 o'clock this morning, immigration gets into the civic center where they all are located, right? And the filthy, nasty civic center with a horrible condition. Translate that to them.
Yeah.
So,
esta mañana cuando ustedes llegaron al Civil Center, la señora explica a la inmigración, la señora explica que eso estaba sucio, horrible y maloliente.
So you said that they came. So they came this morning.
So the CBC came in there today, right?
Okay.
I don't know if you ever been in the civic center, but these guys have made like rooms with walls to have privacy, with sheets, in order to then to have privacy to sleep, right? the governor or CBC or whoever, I don't know, they don't provide them with chemicals to clean. They're not allowed to work or anything like that, right?
So there's there's nobody there cleaning at all?
No, nobody, and they are cleaning. Not even the people that the governor said to clean the facility for the security. That's what is being cleaned up there, but not for them. They are animals, whatever you call it. So they came in there this morning because I guess they are looking for somebody who escaped.
Right. So they said they have two. I mean, this is what they told me.
They're finding it. Two of
There's
the guys
two
that escaped. Yeah.
that had escaped.
They've been on the run,
Okay.
and they're finding in there, and there was arrest. So everything is that, and the condition that they take the guy down, halfway naked.
The guy that they arrested.
That guy that, and then Nadir Aguilar get into it and said, guys, took his shirt off and said, make he put some clothes on and dress, right? And then the guy said, no, don't get clothes, blah, blah, blah. And it said, it's our right, right? So they allow Nadir after he go on to give him the shirt and put the guy, and finally all of them went inside and grabbed the guy's baloney, I guess to send them back home, right?
Okay.
When all that happened, but they don't really want to listen to them. All of them getting in the car and go, and they're not trying to speak to them about what's going on, the situation with them, the condition, how they live, and blah, blah, blah. Everybody left. They say, you know what? We go into the governor building because these people, they don't want communication, they don't want. There is a lot of letters that Nadir Aguilar have put, and this guy over here behind you recording letters to the governor about the situation in the island, about the problems that they have in Cuba. That's why they're seeking political asylum, right? The reason why Cubans, because I was told that you said today that why they're doing this in here and they're not doing it back home in Cuba.
So let me explain to you, right?
Because if the people don't know.
Yeah, most people in Cayman want to know.
Yeah.
Because they say, let me explain it very clearly. They say that when you come here, this isn't the first time Cubans have protested. Actually, they're the only group in Cayman that continually protests. So just a second. So because you guys are the only group that continually protests, they're saying, wow, you guys have some cojones, ¿entiendes? So why aren't you using that same cojones in Cuba?
Okay.
So that's the question.
The same cojones being used in Cuba.
Explica.
Okay.
La señora acaba de decir que el hecho, la razón por la cual hay comentarios, se han hecho comentarios en Cayman Mall Road de que por qué ustedes no hacen esta clase de protestas en Cuba y si lo quieren hacer aquí, que no tienen los cojones para hacer esta clase de protesta en comentarios. Me estoy explicando, que no tienen la clase de cojones para hacer esta clase de protestas en su propia isla, que es Cuba, y lo quieren hacer aquí. Queremos saber el por qué. Esos son comentarios que la gente hace al ver, al notar que cuando ustedes llegan aquí de A o X, Y motivo o forma de haber llegado aquí a la isla de Gran Caimán, ustedes lo primero que hacen es protestar, exigir. ¿Sí me entienden? Entonces, esos son los comentarios que la gente obviamente lo va a hacer para hacer la pregunta y queremos una respuesta de usted.
Now, if you turn your camera to this guy up here, his name is, ¿cómo que tú te llamas?
Misael.
Misael.
Ella me
He's
conoce
been
normalmente
in
de
here
Tommy.
5 years. 5 years. Nothing has been done.
No, but answer the question first about why you don't protest in Cuba.
Now
then I have a question about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So now in Cuba, I don't know if you've been noticed in Facebook because you haven't at one time in here the SOS Cuba, and here in the island when Cuba was in the role that people was shot and get killed. I think it was one guy got killed and a couple of them got hurt bad. And then right now 25, 30 years of life in prison for that.
So you're saying that people are protesting in Cuba?
Protesting in Cuba for over the years, but they're afraid. They are afraid. Now they have the cojones and they're going in the role and doing it more often and against the governor. The last thing that the governor was saying in Cuba was that anyone who protests or posts anything in Facebook, they're going to capital. They go and kill them. Okay. You understand? Because they don't want that. So the Cubans, they've been doing it, but they are in an island that they don't get no help from nowhere. Everybody's talking in the United States. You haven't seen the president in the United States. You see it in Spain. You see it all over in the world, in Canada, in Cayman Island, everywhere. Because they was trying to support the Cubans back home. But nobody came and do anything. Cubans don't have guns. They don't have none to fight them criminals. You understand? So, they come in here in the island, trying to get a better life, running also from their political problem, and think that they're going to get a better life, save the right to speak and whatever, and the processes take forever.
Okay.
And it's no respect from immigration when it comes up there to deal with them. It's not a good morning, open the door, no, it's a bang, bang, kick, light in your face, breaking the sheets, they're making rooms, they're breaking the sheet and lighting inside and recording it. You know, you got women.
Okay.
You got women, you can see them, you know.
Okay, all right, 1 second. Okay. You want to say
yo te voy a decir en español. Yo te voy a responder la pregunta que ella dice.
She's gonna ask me a question.
Usted dice que los caimaneros quieren saber que por qué hacemos esto aquí y no en Cuba. O sea, voy a hablar yo de mí, de mi caso.
Why they do it here and not in Cuba.
Okay. Es que yo lo hice en Cuba. Yo protesté en Cuba.
I've done it in Cuba.
Yo protesté en Cuba. Por eso tuve que irme de Cuba porque me querían matar.
And I ran away from Cuba because they wanted to kill me.
Pero también quiero que sepan que los caimaneros, que su gobierno me prometió a mí en Cayman Bro.
The government in Cayman promised me when I was in Cayman Brac
que yo puedo pedir asilo político.
Apply for political asylum.
Si ellos me dicen que no, yo sigo a América, yo no quiero estar en Caimán.
If they tell me no, I will continue my way to America.
Okay. So esta es hora, no finish. Okay. Es hora que los caimaneros despierten y sepan que nosotros no queremos estar aquí. Nosotros estamos huyendo de nuestro país porque nos quieren matar.
We're running from there because we want our life.
Porque yo protesté también allá.
I protested over there.
Estoy huyendo para que no me maten. So quiero que sepan eso.
I want you guys to know that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, sí.
Mi nombre es Tomás Pérez Marino.
My name is Tomás Pérez Marino.
Desde que estoy aquí, hace 2 años, 4 meses,
and 4 months,
me quedé maravillado con esta isla.
I stayed amazed with this island.
La única loma que existe aquí es la basura.
The only hill that Cayman Island have is the Mount Rushmore.
Y es una obra de ingeniería.
And is a engineering labor.
Usted ve, no, yo sé lo que estoy diciendo. Usted ve a una persona en la mañana paseando su perro, su mascota, de forma general, su mascota, y tiene un trato. A nosotros nos tratan aquí peor que a la basura, peor que a los animales. Migración está violando lo que está establecido por las Naciones Unidas, lo que está escrito, de lo cual esta isla forma parte. Hoy decidimos venir porque una vez más irrumpieron nuestro sueño, hicieron las barbaridades que hicieron, nos maltrataron allí, porque maltratar no es empujarla. Le voy a poner un simple ejemplo y no se me moleste, porque yo le estoy tratando con respeto. Usted llegó y nos maltrató, fíjese, si nos trata con basura, porque dijo, ¿quién es el líder?
No, yo dije,
muy mala. No, usted llega y se presenta.
Yo dije, dice, mi nombre es Ingrid.
No la escuchamos.
Pero no hablaste con
please, la actitud, porque nos tratan, ya le dije, como basura y no somos basura. Mire, seres humanos de sangre y hueso, hijos de Dios, y tenemos familia. Tenemos familia que la dejamos atrás. Arriesgamos nuestras vidas en el mar.
Okay, yo te voy a aclarar. Yo también soy hispana y le tengo respeto a todo.
Déjeme continuar, que yo voy a dejar que hable otro compañero. Aquí no hay líder,
Pregunté por el líder porque pensé que había una sola persona que había hablado con
simplemente
son
compañeros que saben inglés y nos ayudan a expresarnos. La policía vino temprano, vino por aquí y conversamos. Nos dijeron muy decentemente, sin usar violencia, A la izquierda, a la derecha, en el centro no, porque este es un lugar público. No nos dijo, no pueden, tienen que irse, no pueden protestar. Ese señor jefe de inmigración que hay ahí no debería ocupar ese puesto. Es una falta de respeto. Pasó por aquí sabiendo a lo que estamos, a lo que vinimos. No saludó. Después vino acompañado de la señora Cindy. No quiso hablar con todos nosotros como lo está haciendo usted educadamente, que hable yo, que hable el otro, que hable el otro. Y no hubiéramos llegado a estos extremos de llegar. No quiso conversar. Quería llevarse a Nadir para allá, para la oficina. Y no estuvimos de acuerdo. O nos atendían a todos o nada, porque somos cubanos y estamos pasando por lo mismo.
Okay. So let me say something, right? Because I think it's necessary for you guys to understand how Caymanians are feeling about the situation. Right? Just like I want them to understand what you're going through.
Y le estamos explicando. Gracias por su presencia. Ahora, déjame terminar, please. El jefe de migración con la compañera Cindy se fueron para aquella esquina y estuvieron allí él manoteando, haciendo gestos de prepotencia, como hacía Fidel, que el único que mandaba en Cuba era él. Ahí. Y cuando vino nos dijo, tienen media hora para retirarse de aquí o van todos presos. Y le dijimos, bueno, iremos presos. Y entonces vinieron, no fueron 4 compañeros de migración. Fue un despliegue de fuerza masiva. Mire, rodearon todo esto. Llamé al compañero Marco que habla español. Le dije, please. Le dije, please, necesito. Que ¿por qué estamos aquí? Que ¿dónde estaba el permiso para protestar? Digo, yo tengo los mismos derechos que usted. Desde que esta isla me acogió como refugiado.
Okay, so just a second. First of all, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding. And if you're going to live in Cayman, you have to understand the Caymanian people. Right. So
eso lo queremos.
See? Okay. So they don't like aggressive things and people.
But we wasn't aggressive.
No, but I'm gonna tell you.
Sí, yo sé que
no les gusta la agresividad de personas ajenas a la isla.
Tell them perception is reality.
Sí, la percepción.
The hypocrite one. You mean the hypocrite one because you got a lot of violence in here.
Yeah, but hold on. But one second.
Si usted quiere ver, dígale, si usted quiere ver un despliegue de violencia, de agresión, de maltrato, de uso de la fuerza, vea el video para que usted vea lo que hicieron con una sola persona. Y aquí no se formó más.
Son maltreatment and harassment, go on the video and you will see that what they have done and is all.
Y ahora, ¿qué va a pasar con él? En lo otro, ¿qué va a pasar con él para terminar yo? Y el día que quiera me puede entrevistar, estoy dispuesto a conversar con usted. Pero ¿y qué va a pasar ahora con Nadir?
Eso ya no tiene
No, pero para que se preocupe.
I'm just trying to explain generally.
Ella está tratando de explicar en general.
Yeah, not with CBC or policia. Okay? No, the people.
Right? Okay.
See? So
en general, sí.
To them, their Caymanians are insulted that you sit on the government steps
Los
and
caimaneros
protest.
se sienten insultados que ustedes se hayan sentado en este building, este sitio que pertenece al
They
gobierno.
see that as disrespectful.
Lo ven muy con una falta de respeto de usted hacia de usted.
So what about the lady
Hold
that
on.
over the most was checking her booty?
No.
What about her?
Same thing.
That was
Same thing.
disgusting.
Yeah.
That was disgusting.
No, it's the same thing. Come. No, because it's the same thing. And yeah.
Because it was Pacific. It was very Pacific. Everybody was quiet.
No,
Yes,
I
we
understand.
did. It was Pacific. The Caymanians bring the violence, which was CBC.
No, but I'm explaining to you, not the authorities. I'm telling you the people. I'm saying the people, right? So yes, the other example you give is the same.
But
People feel the same.
Sorry to cut you off. Caymanians pass by, go home. If you see
I understand.
they don't like the violence, but they create
No,
it.
but I'm saying that's because they see. They see this as disrespectful. I'm just telling you so you can understand.
Well, we apologize for that. We all Cubans apologize for that because at the end of the day, let me tell you something. We don't want to be here. And we feel like this was a time waste because nobody listened to us. You understand what I mean? So we apologize to all the Cayman Island, right? But it's your own governor who got this situation going on.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to explain to you guys why people are feeling the way that they're feeling, right? Over the years, right? Over the years, the only people to protest like this have been Cubans and the one Jamaican lady that everybody says is crazy.
Varios años que han pasado, los años que han pasado, las únicas personas que han venido a Caimán y han protestado han sido los cubanos y una sola señora que es de Jamaica, que ella aún sigue. Y hay muchas cananas. Ella se ha parado aquí en este building y la han movido. Y muchas cananas.
Now, the question that he asked, no, hold on one second. The question that he asked, he says he wants to have the same rights as everybody else to protest, right? So he wants the right like Caymanian.
Quiere tener, eso es lo que usted pide, que usted quiere tener el mismo derecho para protestar como los caimaneros.
Está escrito que los refugiados.
But
listen, en la convención.
When you see Caymanians protesting, because they have like done silent march and protests, they have to get permission from the police.
Yeah, that was a mistake. They never had the permission. That was a big mistake right there. Yes.
Yeah, so they have to fill out a form.
But you need to understand that they was upset about what happened this morning.
No, but listen,
you're right. You're right on that. You're right.
You have to follow the process.
That's right.
Right? That's right.
Todos los procedimientos requeridos para hacer una protesta.
Como venir
a la policía, tienen el formato y la razón por la cual van a protestar.
Yeah. So you can't say that you want the process to apply in one direction and not the other.
El proceso se aplique en una sola dirección y no en la otra.
All right. So listen to me now. I think that a lot of what's happening with, because I have asked CBC for an explanation. Why is it taking so long when you apply for
cuando ustedes aplican para el asilo?
They haven't wrote a letter to Madison. Madison, what's his name? Manderson. Yes, they haven't wrote a letter, emails and everything.
Yeah, but listen now. So you have to, my understanding, right, is when you come here, the agreement that we have in place is you have a choice. You can go back to Cuba or you can apply for political asylum. Okay? So if you choose, it is on you, if you choose to apply for political asylum, you have your documentation, you prove whatever, it goes before the board.
Tienen dos opciones. Llegan, reciben el tratamiento que se requieren, como hayan venido, y tienen dos opciones: regresarse a Cuba o aplicar para el asilo político.
Yes.
Pero tienen que seguir los pasos correctos.
Yes.
Tienen que seguir los pasos correctos. Ejemplo, ¿por qué estoy solicitando asilo político? La razón, la prueba. ¿Sí me entiendes?
A lot of them that you have a proof for them is not enough.
Ustedes van a escribir una prueba, por ejemplo, estoy pidiendo asilo político por XY motivos, pero el gobierno exige también la prueba contundente de la cual, por ejemplo, estoy siendo amenazada de muerte en
Nadir Aguilar was interviewed in immigration, right, for his process, right? And I can show you, when he get out from this, I can show you. You gotta see the thing that they wrote. They wrote that Nadir was in the and the military, something that Cubans has to go when they're 18 years old, and he never was, because at that time he wasn't born. He not even was born. Nadir born in 1996, and it wasn't born when they say he was in the military school. Must be he wasn't his father bald, and he went to the military school. So they switched the whole thing. That is unbelievable. Right there, they lost a case. They lost the case right there.
I mean, when you apply, there's no guarantee.
Cuando aplican, escuchen.
Le estoy diciendo que
Señores,
cuando aplican,
señores,
no hay garantía que la inmigración escribe correctamente lo que ustedes están aplicando. ¿Por qué? Porque le pasó hasta Nadir.
Cuando ustedes aplican, es como yo aplicar por un work permit. No tengo. Cuando ustedes aplican para el asilo político, no es garantizado. Es como yo aplicar por un permiso de trabajo.
Let's go in the shade a little bit because it's going to overheat.
When you apply for a work permit, the guy will write information, but a lot of them they don't have the right
Well, this is a problem.
He want to speak to you.
Yeah. I just want to get in the shade because So listen, right? When you apply for asylum, there's no guarantee. Like work permit, everything else. It may be yes, it may be no.
Es un sí de pronto o un de pronto no. ¿Ok? Es como yo aplicar por un permiso de trabajo. ¿Es sí o no?
Sí.
Exactamente igual.
And explain, in the past,
en el pasado,
there were people applying
habían gente que
for
ya
political asylum.
Por asilo político.
When they get it,
cuando lo consiguieron, cuando se les aprobó,
they start traveling back and forth to Cuba, no problem.
Apenas se les aprobó el asilo político, empezaron a viajar de aquí a Cuba, para atrás, atrás. ¿Qué significa eso? Si usted aplica para asilo político, es para quedarse.
Because if you were a political
como una trampa
you couldn't go back.
De las personas, no voy a decir ustedes, estoy generalizando, se ve como una trampa, de que solo quieren el asilo político, recibirlo, para poder ir y regresar. ¿Sí? Trabajar sí, coger, hacer compras, ir y regresar. Eso no funciona. Entonces, por eso es que el gobierno ha puesto más ojos en las personas que están pidiendo asilo político, porque lo están utilizando en su propio beneficio.
So just understand.
Solo queremos que entiendan
that you all as a group of Cuban nationals
como un grupo cubanos
are being judged by what people have done before.
Han sido juzgados por lo que las otras personas cubanas han hecho anteriormente.
Just like before, the one person we had protesting,
estaba protestando,
Dr. Luarca.
El Dr. Luarca.
He was a Cuban.
Él era cubano.
Way back in late 1990s, early 2000s.
1990, casi 2000.
You don't know him, no?
No lo conoce.
Yeah, eventually he moved to the U.S.
Eventualmente ya se mudó para Estados Unidos y murió durante COVID.
Yeah, but it was the same thing.
Pero era lo mismo. Fue lo mismo
so
que
he's protesting, doing a hunger strike, and right here,
huelga de hambre.
The old government
Aquí
building
mismo,
before this
allí,
one.
En esa, que es la anterior.
I'm only telling you to explain.
Solo queremos.
There's a history.
Hay una historia.
I understand. Explain now.
Okay, let me tell you one more thing. Okay, during I think it was the early 90s or late 80s. There was a big group of Cubans that came.
Había
Condicionando la entrevista.
Un grupo grandísimo de cubanos que entraron.
That was the biggest influx that came here.
Eso fue el grupo más grande que haya entrado aquí.
They were very aggressive.
Nosotros entendemos todo eso.
Muy
Ahora,
agresivos.
ustedes nos hicieron una pregunta y dicha pregunta le
Déjame responderla.
Ustedes nos hicieron one question y nosotros one respuesta. ¿You understand? Dice.
Yeah. So in that case, they were also aggressive.
En ese caso también fueron agresivos.
And immigration officers got injured.
Varios funcionarios de inmigración salieron lastimados.
See, you don't know you don't know the history, but I'm just trying to explain to you.
Es que no queremos saber de esa historia. Es que el problema es que estamos viendo un caso distinto a la historia esa.
Okay.
Entonces, vamos al tema. Ustedes nos hicieron una pregunta, dicha pregunta, él está loco por respondérsela. No nos transversen la pregunta que nos han hecho.
No estamos transversando la pregunta, estamos...
Déjame responder la pregunta una a una. Una a una vamos a responder la pregunta.
Estamos hablando. Pregunten, pues.
La pregunta que ustedes hacen
the question that you asking
es que las personas de Caimán, el gobierno de Caimán, está prestando atención porque algunos refugiados, después que obtienen el asilo, viajan a Cuba. Por esta razón nos incluyen a todos los refugiados en un solo grupo.
Why Cayman Island is making us as one group, comparing us with them.
Teniendo el poder legal como gobierno
the legal power as government,
y teniendo el conocimiento en las oficinas de inmigración, ¿quiénes son esos refugiados que viajan a Cuba? Pudiendo tomar acciones legales contra ellos, retirándole su asilo, revocándole su asilo y no tomando represalias en contra de los que vienen al paso. Yo tengo 7 años.
En el pasado no se pudo hacer.
But they now have changed the law.
Ahora cambiaron
So that anybody who gets asylum, if they go back to Cuba, it's going to be automatically revoked.
Asilo político y viaja a Cuba, no puede regresar a la isla.
Yo tengo 7 años en esta isla
I have 7 years here in this island.
Y ni siquiera me he preocupado por sacar el pasaporte cubano.
And I don't even have interest to do my Cuban
Pero hay
passport.
refugiados que sí le otorgan el pasaporte cubano aquí.
But there's refugees that they give them the privilege to get the Cuban passport here.
Por lo que convierte en su objetivo viajar a Cuba.
That they convert the objective and get the objective to go back to Cuba.
Lo que no dice que ponga al gobierno en una situación en contra de los refugiados.
Sí, so it don't put. Repíteme por favor.
Lo que no dice que ponga en una situación al gobierno en contra de los refugiados.
That they don't put the government here in a position against the refugees.
Sino en esas personas que lo hacen.
But on that person that does it, that have done
Que Border Control tiene.
That CBC border control
quienes salen por el aeropuerto o entran a este país.
Who know who enter and who come back, who leave and come back to the Cayman Islands.
¿Por qué no toman medidas con ellos?
Why they don't take why they don't take
But he has to understand also that when policies are designed, right? They apply to countries.
Entonces ya la pregunta estaba siendo obvia.
No. Cuando ya está establecido la política y las normas, ¿sí? Entonces allí se toman las medidas necesarias. En ese tiempo ocurrió eso, en muchos años atrás, 1990.
No, y hasta hace poco está ocurriendo.
¿Sí me entiende? Y no se tomaron las medidas y eso fue lo que abrió los ojos del gobierno caimanero para que no se repita.
Ay, no. La cuestión es que no hay que dictar medidas para eso. Las leyes de refugiados políticos lo dicen.
The law of the refugees says it in what law?
Que los refugiados que obtengan un refugio político en un país
who have political asylum in a country
solo podrán viajar a su país de nacimiento
only can go back to the original country of where they
pasado 8 años
after 8 years
y obtengan la nacionalidad del país donde residen.
And get the nationality of the country that they reside in on.
Hoy en estos días lo que se está viendo aquí
Today, these days, what we're seeing happening today,
para nada es una falta de respeto al pueblo caimanense.
In no reason, in no way or form, is that disrespect to the
al cual
Cayman Island country.
Todos estos muchachos que se encuentran aquí presentes
all these guys that here standing up in front of me today,
le tienen cariño, aprecio y respeto.
Respect, love, and care for Cayman.
Al cual le muestran en la sociedad,
and they demonstrated in the society,
integrándose a ella, aprendiendo el idioma, adaptando su cultura, su comida y las relaciones interpersonales.
And the interperson relationship.
No es una ofensa contra el pueblo caimanense,
Cayman Island country,
porque en común el pueblo caimanense y los refugiados políticos tenemos
because in common is the in the community of Cayman Island and the refugees we have
un mismo mayoral.
And Caymanians need to remember that years ago they used to live in my country in Cuba in Isla Pine.
Tenemos un mismo mayoral.
We have the same majority of people.
El mayoral al cual el pueblo caimanero le da el látigo cuando vota por ellos.
The rights, he means to say the rights that when they lash them, when they vote for them.
Y estos después no defienden sus intereses en la calle.
After they voted for them, they do not defend their interests on the street.
Adoptando políticas que no representan al pueblo caimanero.
That do not represent the Cayman Islands.
Vendiendo sus propiedades y dejando al pueblo caimanero, a sus futuros herederos, sin lugar donde vivir en un futuro.
Selling their properties, the Cayman Island own properties, and leaving their children without a future land or a future property, selling it to someone else.
Y en eso nosotros estamos al lado del pueblo caimanero.
And on that part, we are with Cayman Island, meaning that they do not like the way. They're not granted the way that Caymanian is selling their properties to.
Donde estos mismos políticos no se preocupan por dar una educación de alta calidad a sus hijos y a sus descendientes. Y en eso también estamos al lado del pueblo caimanero. Yo como representante de la Asociación de Refugiados Políticos en Isla Caimán, ayer recibí la desagradable noticia de la oficina de la gobernadora que en este país los presos tienen Estado de Derecho, Estado de Derecho, los perros y los animales tienen Estado de Derechos, los edificios, los carros tienen Estado de Derecho y protección. Y en un muy buen español hablado por María Lanz, su secretaria,
in a very clear Spanish that was spoken, said by Maria Lanz.
Yeah.
The secretary.
The secretary of Government.
Maria Lanz, her secretary, the governor's secretary.
Expresó que los refugiados políticos no tienen ningún Estado de Derecho en este país.
She expressed that no refugees have no rights in this country.
Que la oficina de gobernación está haciendo.
He said the governor's secretary told him that.
Yes.
Que la oficina del gobierno ha tratado de hablar con el gabinete.
The government officer speak with the cabinet.
Para hacerles entender.
Make them understand.
Que cuiden los procesos de los refugiados.
To take care of the process of the refugees.
Hace 2 años me reuní con el ex gobernador.
Yeah, I met with the ex-governor 2 years ago.
Donde se prometieron cambios
to make some changes
en la forma de pensar del gobierno de este país con respecto a los refugiados, cuales no son atendidos con ellos aquí no están protestando nada que no esté estipulado en las leyes.
They are not protesting nothing that is not stipulated in the law.
En Cuba, todos los que están aquí ya protestaron.
In Cuba, all of them that is here today already protested.
Por eso son refugiados hoy en esta isla.
That's the reason why they are refugees here in the Cayman Islands today.
La diferencia es que en Cuba hay una dictadura y no hay estados de derechos para la población en general.
Okay, in Cuba they have dictators, but they don't have state of rights for the people in general.
Hoy en nuestros días son
in these days we are
prisioneros por cadenas perpetuas y probables fusilamientos y probables fusilamientos al que salga a protestar pacíficamente por sus estados de derecho. Llegamos a esta isla con la idea y la conciencia de que es un país democrático, donde se respetan los derechos humanos, el respeto a la propiedad social, el respeto a la propiedad privada. Por eso, esos derechos en países democráticos le dan derecho a este grupo de personas que estamos aquí ver por nuestros derechos pacíficamente. No estamos exigiendo nada de este gobierno, solo que cumplan con su deber que asumen cuando nos permiten comenzar procesos legales de refugio político en esta isla.
Rights and to give them the privilege, at least what they say, that they want to, and the process continues, and they should be granted.
Let me ask a question, right?
Una pregunta.
So they understand that just because you apply doesn't mean it's going to be approved.
Sí, sí tienen entendido de que a pesar de que se hayan aplicado, no
quiere decir que le van a dar el asilo político.
When I asked CBC,
cuando yo le pregunté a inmigración CBC,
te voy a mencionar ahora a ti.
Why it's taken so long?
¿Por qué se están demorando tanto?
They're saying
ellos han dicho
that after they turn people down,
de que después
they are then appealing.
De que después de que no se haya aprobado el asilo político, pueden apelar. Entonces, ese proceso puede tomar...
Caballero, educación, espérense. No tenemos culpa de que desgraciadamente haya amañamiento en los procesos de asilos políticos por la corrupción de políticos.
He said he don't understand, or he don't mind that in the process they don't have conscience that is the government is just so corrupted. He don't understand, and they don't, basically what he wants to say, he don't have the fault. They don't have the fault if the government are corrupt.
Porque los procesos de asilo son 3 meses.
¿Por qué tú dices que el gobierno es corrupto?
No el gobierno. Personas dentro de él. Hay corrupción en cuanto. I explain now. Hay corrupción dentro de esto. Porque el dinero es corrupción a los hombres. Todos estos refugiados que están aquí, las Naciones Unidas otorga un presupuesto al año por ellos.
The United Kingdom give them like a amount per year for them. United Nations.
No son mantenidos del gobierno.
They're not being fed by the government.
No le sacan dinero al gobierno para mantenerlos a ellos.
¿Quién te ha dicho eso?
The government, the Cayman Islands government has to take money.
No, las Naciones Unidas.
He's talking about United Nations give them a yearly income.
En el mundo entero otorga un presupuesto.
Nosotros no entramos en eso.
Pero si se acogen a la ley de las Naciones Unidas para los refugiados, tienen que recibir ese presupuesto.
We cannot go and take and go and build ourselves as Caymanian into United Nations politics to get
le estás hablando él en inglés y él
no, ella le está hablando aquí, yo le estoy traduciendo en español. ¿O por qué procesos de 6, 8, 4 años cuando se resuelven en 3?
O menos.
Why processes
no, 3 lo que da la
3, 4, 8 years when it can be solved in 3? It can be solved. Se puede ser procesado en 1 año.
3 meses.
3 meses.
Solo 3 meses.
Se puede ser procesado en 3 meses, 1 año o nunca. O no ser
y aunque no les den asilo político,
Because we've asked the same question as well.
Yeah.
Aunque no les den asilo político.
That because they come here with no documentation.
Cuando ustedes llegaron aquí sin ninguna documentación.
Oh, no.
Si traen, no la retiran.
Documento y se la quitan.
Se la quitan. Ya.
Tienen que probar.
No,
Espérate.
Tienen que probar.
No. Immigration have a lot of documents belong to them that they taken it from them.
They have communicated with the Cuban government.
Se han comunicado con el gobierno cubano para confirmar la identificación.
Eso es una violación.
And a lot of times the Cuban
That's a violation, he said. No,
eso es una violación de la ley. Los procesos de asilo político, explícale. Los procesos. Si ella sabe más que yo de la ley. Está condicionando.
No. They move very slow.
Escuche. Cuando por ejemplo, se necesita la identificación de usted, sea su pasaporte o cualquier.
Ellos no los retiran.
Escuche, sí, mi amor. Escuche. Cuando ustedes entraron, ¿trajeron identificación?
Sí. Y ellos no la quitan, sí, la tienen ellos.
Se la retiraron. When they came in, they come with the ID. Yes. They took it away.
Yeah, I never given it back.
And who took it away?
Cuando me dieron asilo me la volvieron a entregar. Yo traje mi identificación.
There's some people who don't come. So what I'm saying
hay personas que no vienen con identificación.
So when we ask CBC,
cuando preguntamos en inmigración,
why does it take so long?
¿Por qué se están demorando tanto?
They have explained that a lot of people don't come
muchas personas
with any identification.
Con identificación.
So they have
Déjame explicar una última cosa y me voy, ya termino.
Tienen que trabajar un segundo, papá. Te voy a dar la palabra. Tienen que trabajar con el gobierno cubano para confirmar que las personas
and the Cuban government moves very slow. They don't care.
Es muy lento y no les importa.
Ellos, explica ahí, ellos no exigen a este gobierno que le otorgue asilo político.
No hemos dicho eso. They don't exact.
No, explícale.
Cuban government do not.
Explícale a ella. Yo no estoy diciendo.
Okay. Cuban government do not exact Cayman Island government to give Cubans political asylum.
No.
Solo que respeten sus.
Esto no es por el asilo político.
Escúchame. Sí, es por el asilo político. Es por el asilo. Ellos no quieren.
Ella está diciendo que los procesos se demoran porque el gobierno
Pero yo no le estoy hablando de eso.
Porque el gobierno de aquí, de conjunto con el gobierno cubano, para identificarnos, eso es una excusa, señor.
Eso es una violación.
Eso es una excusa.
Déjame terminar de explicar esto.
Así sea que usted cualquiera, todos en general, se paran enfrente o llegan aquí con su identificación, sea su pasaporte o sea su licencia de conducir, el gobierno hay que verificarlo en Cuba. Y el gobierno cubano, nosotros no tenemos la culpa de que sean lentos. Otra cosa puede ser un documento falso. Entonces también hay que verificarlo con el gobierno cubano. Es un proceso
between government.
Entre gobiernos, ¿sí?
And it's a slow process.
Y es un proceso lento.
Pero tiene término, como proceso tiene término.
Eso ya no podemos controlar.
Ellos no exigen asilo político en esta isla. Solo pedimos y comenzamos un proceso, el que sabemos que puede ser satisfactorio o no satisfactorio. Pero las leyes para los refugiados nos protegen en este artículo que está aquí.
Protect us in this 33 article, no
refoulement.
No refoulement.
Yeah. Principio de no devolución.
Non-refoulement.
Yeah.
Principle of no devolutions.
Yeah.
What this mean? Que no pueden regresar a su
no
país.
Pueden regresarlo a su país.
According to them, this means that they cannot go back.
Independientemente que las autoridades hayan creído en su miedo o no. Pero este artículo dice que ya ese ciudadano está condicionado por temor creíble a las autoridades dictatoriales de un país.
But they only get that protection once the refugee status is approved.
Solo reciben este grant cuando,
dice este artículo.
Escúcheme, solo reciben eso, pero varios no saben. Solo reciben eso cuando ya se haya
dice
sido
este artículo
aprobado.
que si no le dan asilo, no los pueden devolver y deben buscar una vía soluble por un tercer país. Es lo que dice ese artículo.
What they say now, if this is not granted in Cayman, if this law number 33 and they cannot go, it's not granted, and they cannot go back to their country, the country, which is Cayman Island, should and have to send them to a third place, a second place, with everything paid.
With
everything paid.
This lawyer.
No, that's not how Cayman law works.
No, it's a lawyer, international lawyer for refugees, political people.
We are an overseas territory connected to the
Ningún gobierno tiene el derecho a cambiar las leyes de los refugiados.
The UK is not even part of the United Nations anymore. Mira, not the United Nations, the European Union. Yes, I don't know what
este gobierno no rige bajo el gobierno europeo. Este gobierno rige bajo el gobierno inglés.
Pero Inglaterra está en Europa.
Inglaterra pertenece a los... Inglaterra es firmante de las Naciones Unidas.
Tienes que entender las leyes y
Inglaterra pertenece a los países
99%
the law that has to do with the Cuban.
Los cubanos tienen que escuchar para que sepan que en dónde están parados. Es la ley de Caimán. Es la ley de Caimán. No es la ley de Europa. No es la ley de Europa. We cannot rule under Euro law.
So, if you have a fundamental misunderstanding,
si usted tiene un entendimiento erróneo acerca de qué país rige, bajo qué gobierno rige Gran Caimán, entonces nosotros se lo podemos clarificar. Caimán rige bajo el gobierno inglés de Inglaterra, la corona de Inglaterra. No rige bajo todo Europa.
Yo lo sé, no. ¿Quién dijo eso?
Tenemos que acatar las leyes de Caimán que vienen de Inglaterra. Nada más, de Europa, de París, de Francia, no.
Explain to them. If what he was saying was true, by now, all of this time,
si eso lo que él estaba diciendo fuese cierto, en estos momentos,
you would have had a lawyer that would come forward.
Ya hubiesen tenido un abogado que hubiese llegado aquí a donde ustedes y coger esta situación a la corte para beneficio de ustedes. Hubiesen ganado este caso, en beneficio de ustedes.
Yo lo gané y me dieron el asilo.
Bueno,
y inmigración, cuando la corte lo mandó para ahí, es lo que le quiero decir.
Despacio.
Yeah. He got a lawyer and he
got a lawyer.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean that the general position that he's saying about that section.
Sí, tengo que estar aquí porque llevo 8 años y no me han dado los papeles. ¿Sabes por qué?
¿Qué clase de papel?
El papel de mi asilo.
Residencia.
La que sepa lo que hace inmigración.
Yeah, each person that applies for political asylum,
cada persona que aplique,
as an individual,
cada persona que aplique por el político, por asilo político individualmente.
Yes, it's not like a group, and just because you're Cuban, you're going to get it.
They go individual and
yeah, they have to.
Ellos de eso estamos claros.
Sí.
Mire, el gobierno mismo me pagó el abogado a mí por todas las pruebas que yo traje.
Reconoció the lawyer for me for all the proof that I brought back, and then he was granted.
Yes.
So I said he is fine.
Yes.
You know.
Inmigración.
But then one gotta go individually and apply individually.
Yeah.
Sí.
Yeah.
La inmigración reconoce de que yo no puedo ser devuelto a la isla porque corro peligro para mi vida en cualquier parte de la isla.
Immigration recognized that I cannot go back to Cuba because my life is in danger, and that's the reason why I get it.
Cuando me dieron el asilo, la corte lo daba y después lo mandaba los papeles para inmigración.
When they give me my, when they grant me my political asylum, they send it to immigration, and then they
ahí donde hacían ellos el negocio de
that's
tráfico.
When,
cogían a los cubanos con asilo, lo deportaban para Cuba y vendían el asilo, pues se lo daban a una mujer, como hizo Marco, marco ese de migración conmigo.
Escúchame, quiero que me repitas eso lento.
Mire,
I want you to repeat that slowly to me.
cuando la corte daba los asilos,
When the court
que lo pasaba a inmigración,
when the court granted the political assignment,
lo pasaban a inmigración.
They pass it to immigration.
Inmigración cambiaba los nombres y se lo daba, que le daba la gana a ellos.
Change the name on the political asylum and give it to whosoever they feel like.
Yo lo denuncié, lo sabe el gobierno.
I denounce it to the government.
Todos en la isla lo saben, lo que hizo Marco.
Everybody in Cayman know that. So when these people were granted, for example, they send it to immigration. At immigration office, in the immigration office, they change the name of the person. If it says
a derechos humanos yo me quejé y reconocieron que habían violado conmigo.
And they recognized that they was violated with me.
Reconocieron las violaciones conmigo, pero no pasó nada. Me han tratado de matar, mire. Me tienen en un albergue.
Okay. When you go to court, it's not the court that grants you political asylum.
Cuando vas a la corte, no es la corte que te aprueba.
The court sends it back to immigration.
Y ahí donde ellos cambiaban.
And tell them.
Sí, hacían el. Yo lo denuncié.
Because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding here.
Yo lo denuncié a los derechos humanos.
And he denounced it.
Y por eso me han tratado de matar.
And that's why they tried to kill me.
Mandado por inmigración.
Send by immigration.
Sí, tiene gente para que maten a uno, sí, inmigración se presta para eso. Yo lo digo. Sí, me tienen en un albergue lleno de cubanos y ahí donde me mandan a contaminar la comida, todos me lo contaminan. Sí, inmigración. Asesinos, yo lo digo que son unos asesinos, yo lo digo. Yo lo digo, así internacionalmente son unos asesinos.
They're not motivated.
No, they're not motivated.
Yo lo digo. Tengo pruebas.
No,
y lo sabe la policía, pero no pueden hacer nada porque tienen miedo a inmigración. Sí, lo saben. Sí, la primera vez que me lo hicieron en DC.
Señor, they're not even motivated to kill the criminals, much less you.
Exactly. No están ni siquiera motivados para matar a los criminales, mucho menos a
usted. Sí, la denuncia que yo hice a los derechos humanos internacionales.
I think what happens
de que violaron mi derecho. No les gustó, por eso no he mandado los papeles, lo tienen ellos y me han tratado de matar.
Derechos humanos, aparte del gobierno de la isla Caimán. Como usted sabe, la CIA ha tomado medidas para mejorar condiciones en el centro de detención inmigrante.
So he has asylum since when?
¿Cuándo se te aprobó el asilo político? ¿Hace cuánto?
Hace años, cuando a Mauri. Éramos
So, ¿cuánto tiempo tienes de estar en Caimán?
8 años, creo que 6.
8 years.
Pero como no le da la gana, jefe de migración, porque él es el dueño de la isla, no me lo quiere dar. Violando mis derechos.
He has asylum already.
¿Tú tienes asilo? ¿Tú estás bien?
No me lo dan. Me tienen preso.
He doesn't have it.
Allí me tienen para que me
maten.
It was
approved, but they haven't given it to him.
Me sacaron de la renta.
They take him out of the place that he was living.
Están violando.
¿En qué estás viviendo en la calle?
Yo, en la calle, cuando viven esa gente me metieron obligado para allí, donde tanto los cubanos allí. Pues llegaron los otros días, para que ahí ellos meten gente para que me contaminen la comida.
Espérate. Si te aprobaron.
You have a letter where they say that they approved it.
Tienes una carta que ya se te ha aprobado.
Que no me quieren dar nada de eso, yo lo sé, lo sabe todo el mundo, lo sabe, pero él no quiere dármelo.
Eso significa que no ha sido aprobado.
No.
Dijera denegado.
No, that means it's not approved.
No, es otra cosa, la queja, porque me estaban violando.
That means it's not approved.
Entonces, si no te han dado.
No me lo han dado, no me lo quieren dar.
Si no te lo han dado, significa que no ha sido.
Okay. So, I'm going to go ahead and stop it there. It does go on for a bit longer. Trust me, I was out there for at least an hour and 10 minutes. Ooh, can I just tell y'all that sun is hot, honey? Chill. Oh, my God. Listen, as you can see, I wanted you guys to listen to it, hear the interaction. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of distrust of our government based on probably their own experiences with their own government. Like I told him, nobody in Cayman is trying to kill you. The dude legitimately thinks that our CBC officers are trying to kill him and that we're trying to poison him and all this espionage. And I'm like, what? Pretty wild and pretty crazy. I do think that what needs to happen is somebody should sit down with them and really try to explain certain things to them. I'm trying to broker that sort of a meeting with the authorities. So crazy. So there's some craziness in here that just doesn't make any sense. All right, let's do a rapid fire response to some of your questions. We'll make this a Ask Sandy segment. These are your questions that you were posting in WhatsApp. I was always on the live stream. I see some of them here. So Giovanni is in the comment section. He's obviously Cuban. He says that they want freedom. So Giovanni, it's important to recognize certain things that you said that, again, isn't accurate. It's not factual. So our government is not in a position to tell you when you come here that you're going to get political asylum. What they tell you guys is that you can apply for political asylum. That doesn't mean that you're going to get it. The government, like anything else that you apply for, if you apply and you support the documentation, if your case is proven and they believe that it is a genuine case of political asylum, then that would be on the strength of what you have presented, because it is your responsibility to make the case to the government. It's not the government's responsibility to make out your case for you. And if you fail to make a convincing argument or a convincing case, and they turn it down, the government has a right to do so. So I don't want us to get too confused with how political asylum works, right? Go and do your research. You're free to do so on what political asylum is all about. I think it was Inspiring made some comments about, how to treat them because, they have political asylum. When they touch down on our shore, they do not. So say here, they're protected by this refugee convention, blah, blah, blah. They are migrants. So they don't have any political refugee status until it is actually granted to them. There's a board that sits down, looks at their applications and considers their applications. One of the reasons I've been told, and I'm going to try to get an interview with the head of CBC and really get some of these questions answered, because we've done them before, but I think they've kind of been done here, there, and everywhere. We need to sit down and have a singular interview where all of these questions in relation to the whole Cuban situation can be answered in a very comprehensive and, understandable manner. One of the issues is that because the vast majority of them come here with no documentation, that hinders our ability to do anything with them. So we can't send them back to Cuba, right? Because Cuba's like, hey, just because they speak Spanish and they're on a boat don't mean they're for us. They could be anybody. We can't send them, we can't give them political status or refugee status or whatever, right? And we certainly cannot send them to anybody else's country. Like I've seen some people like, oh, send them to the US and whatever. Once they are in our waters, that 12 miles around the Cayman Islands, which is considered Cayman territory, we do not have, it is against international conventions. And I think I'll figure out which one here in a second, but we do not have the right. It is forbidden for us to assist them because it is seen as us assisting them and crossing into our waters and then going illegally into somebody else's country. Once they're in Cayman territory, they become our problem. That's why we have to take them in and process them. Now, CBC has said that they've been working very, very hard to speed up the process with the Cuban government of repatronizing them as quickly as possible. And if you go check some of the news stories, we have, sent quite a few airplane loads back. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. First of all, I must apologize. I haven't been listening like the whole time, but I know something about what is happening, because I understand these are people who came to Cayman and that they are they are being processed, but it's taking long to process them. Is that basically the position?
That's one of the issues that they're saying. But I'm also told that the reason that that's happening is lack of ability to verify their identification because they're not traveling with identifiable documents, and they're actually appealing. So when immigration turns them down and says, no, you're not a political refugee, they're appealing it. And of course, the appeal process with anything in this country takes forever.
Exactly. And you see, this is the problem. Cayman better deal with this and deal with it properly. If you look at Rishi Sunak and the UK, how they've wound up in a problem. First of all, like Cayman, Cayman is still covered by the European Convention on Human Rights. Okay, so that they technically can take their rights or their matters all the way to the European Convention. But before we even get there, usually most matters are supposed to be dealt with at a national level. At a national level, in the UK, you will know this. In the UK, they've wound up in a position that once these people, of course, are there on the territory, there are obligations that the UK has, and Cayman, exactly, by the UN conventions and then the European Convention. And but you can't just take them and put them back in the water or repatriate them. You have to take them through a process, and that process takes so long that it becomes expensive. In the UK, Rishi Sunak wound up having to buy some hotels in certain parts of the rural UK to keep people in there, and because the process takes so long, they spend millions of dollars, and people are there for 4 or 5 years. They don't care. They live in a hotel. They used to live in less auspicious, circumstances. So in Cayman, what they need to do is be able, if they can, to be able to find a judge who will be dedicated just to that. Okay, to be able to deal with that. And then that person, you must ensure that that judge has got the interests of Cayman at heart. Because let me tell you what, this judiciary that is we have in Cayman, especially the Court of Appeal, they are not pro-Caymanian. They are likely to make these decisions which are like influenced by ideas in the UK, some of which don't suit in Cayman. Cayman has to deal with this, otherwise it will wind up in a position where, you see, after a number of years, even if the refugee status is not approved, it becomes morally difficult to send these people away. So it's just a warning that there's a need to put in better structures. At the moment, I don't think that the government is doing enough. I'm not saying that they are not making the effort, but in light of the problem, they need to make greater effort. I think so. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. So again, my contacts in government said the people should know that we're trying to send them home. They have appealed the decision to send them home. So this is where it's being held up. It's not that our government isn't trying to act as expeditiously as possible. It's that even when we try to act expeditiously, the applicants themselves are, they don't want to go home. They don't want to do this. Like, they want to dictate the process. And unfortunately, they don't get to dictate the process. And I think that this needs to be clearly communicated to them. But I do believe that, the process needs to be explained to them so that they understand. There's no gray room for misunderstanding. And I think based on a lot of what I heard yesterday, there is a lot of confusion about how this works. And that is very, very unfortunate. Giovanni says that your government promised us political asylum. No, they didn't. They said you have a right to apply. Nobody can promise you political asylum. And I feel confident in saying that our government and no government official would ever promise you political asylum. They say the process, you have a right to apply. Applying does not mean that you will get an approval. So you see where the miscommunication is coming in? So I don't know who deals with the Cuban migrants when they come in and who explains things to them and who they have translating it. But if you notice yesterday, I was very, very meticulous in making sure that I was explaining things in very, very common language and having a translator there who was speaking slowly and breaking it down and repeating it if required. You have no right to anything such as political asylum, a work permit, or anything else. You can apply. Yeah? You can apply. And then the decision will be rendered from there. So Giovanni, I see you saying if you go back to Cuba, they're going to kill you. You have to provide proof of that. On what basis? They're not going to kill you just because you're a Cuban national. To be very, very clear, we send people back to Cuba all the time who have come here and they don't get killed. In fact, if you go and read all the news stories all over the world, they get on a boat the next time that they can, once they can save up enough money for the journey, and they leave again. You can't be dead if you're able to leave Cuba more than once. And there are people who have made the journey multiple times because the first couple times they were not successful in getting to their desired destination. So there's not a presumption in law that just because you are Cuban, that you're going to be prosecuted by your government. There has to be some specific reason why you would be targeted. And when you look at the grounds on which people get political asylum, they're very specific grounds that they're looking for. Now, there's some people who said to me after yesterday we heard that, these people were protesting in Cuba, and maybe now everybody's going to claim that, they were protesting in Cuba, hence I should get political asylum. Well, that has to be proven. You have to show proof. The state of Cuba, the government of Cuba would actually harm you. Because like I've said, even in that video yesterday, what we found was happening is that people were getting political status here in the Cayman Islands. After they got it, I'm talking about Cubans, after they got it, they were going back and forth to Cuba all the time on Cayman Airways. How can you claim that they're going to take your life if after you get political asylum, you are free to travel in and out of the country? Doesn't look like nobody wanted to kill you, honey chill. I'm just saying. So, the burden is on you to prove your case. The burden isn't on the Cayman Islands government or the board that looks at political asylum applications to just accept any and everything that's thrown at them. Addie says there's a difference between economic migrants and those seeking asylum who face persecution based on the list outlined in the 1951 UNHCR convention. Good morning, caller.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Not bad. How are you?
Can you, just a friendly reminder, please. Could you please read my radio by the station, please?
It hasn't been left?
You forgot. Yes.
That means that we don't have any left now, though. Send me,
No.
oh gosh, send me your name and WhatsApp, and let me just double check my list. Because I should have had enough for the people that had requested, but we're out for right now, so.
Okay, then.
Yeah, okay. Dacia, good morning. It says international regulations governing refugees prevent this and other jurisdictions from giving food and water and sending them back to continue their journey. And this is what I was saying earlier. That's not allowed. So I see Hunter saying, I would just give them food and water and let them continue. Well, Hunter, if you did that, you would be in trouble with international authorities, including the UK. You cannot do that once they're in Cayman waters. If they're in international waters, then that's not our problem. You've seen a few situations where Caymanians are out past our 12-mile radius, and they see them out there, and they will provide them with some assistance. And then, it's up to them where they go and what they do. Now, here's the other thing, Hunter, and others who are making this suggestion that we simply give them food and water and be on your way. A lot of times, by the time they reach Cayman, their vessels are no longer seaworthy. So giving them food and water isn't going to be the concern when they're about to sink and all lives on board would be lost. Is that okay? Would you be okay saying, here's a little bag of bread and a bottle of water, and then a day later you find that they've drowned out in the ocean? Does that make you feel like you're more human? And that alleviates, your concerns about, this isn't humane to come and allow them to come here, and then there's all this hoopla and whatever about them? A lot of them have died at sea. That's a real concern. They're not in vessels that are designed to make the journey. There's even concerns of human trafficking, which is something that I know in my heart of heart is actually happening. Some of them that show up here very, very fresh for someone who supposedly was traveling in Cuba on a rickety boat. So bigger vessels, this is what people are saying, that bigger vessels are bringing them right outside of Cayman waters. So they're still technically in international waters. And then they put them in a little rinky-dinky boat, push them in. So there you go. You only got 12 miles to travel. Ask them brackers. They're like, boy, these people come off fresh with cologne and look like they just had a shower and all kind of stuff. How is that possible? I'm just asking the questions. Think about it. This accusation that the man made about somebody trying to kill him, Lincoln says if these accusations are fake, then he should be arrested. Well, I mean, it's crazy. But yes, those types of accusations, I can't believe that he would even think that. But again, they're coming from a very different situation. So Inspiring says Caymanians went to Cuba to work primarily during the late 19th century and early 20th century. Again, I want to make it very, very clear. We did it the right way. And none of us were going there to work to say, well, we were not going to leave Cuba and we were demanding rights and this and that. No, we did our turtling or whatever little trades that we had, Nicaragua, Cuba, Bay Islands. And most of us, y'all men, you got to drop a couple seeds here and there, but most of us then returned home about our business, and that was that. Caymanians, it was a different, first of all, it was a different time and a different context, but it was also different in the sense that the way that Caymanian men in particular went about it was very, very different. Just like some of our people went to Jamaica to work, right? We had, the interview that we played, not interview, it was a presentation from the guy who did the lecture series at UCCI. It was so fascinating because he talked about how his great-grandmother would have went with her Caymanian husband to Jamaica. And she was there. She was a French woman, and she was there making dresses for Jamaica's elite because they probably didn't have many elite in Cayman at the time to make dresses for. The economy was there for her to be able to make a little bit more money. And when those people, whatever, they came back home. They tried to build their own country. Now, the context of what is happening in Cuba, I understand, doesn't necessarily allow them to do that in the same way. But what is the alternative, right? The alternative is that Caymanians don't want this to be Little Havana that you see in Miami, where nobody speaks English, no one has integrated. I appreciate that they say that they want to integrate, but all of us looking at Miami going, what is your definition of integration? You know what I'm saying? Everybody going, integration? Is Miami your definition of integration? Because that ain't it, honey child. You have demonstrated that in the context of, a country that could have absorbed you a little bit better because it is so big, you guys have not integrated. You have taken over Miami. You've made Miami completely Cuba in every which way. The culture, the food, the language. Like, I remember the first time I went to Cuba, Danny, I don't know if you remember this or not, but we were on a cruise boat, a tour boat, and there was this lady there. She was saying she hadn't been to Cuba. This is a long time ago. She hadn't been to Cuba in like 40 something years. She's probably not even alive now that I'm thinking about it, poor thing. And I was like, really? And yeah, and she was there with her kids and whatever. That woman didn't speak one lick of English. And I'm looking at her going, you were in Estados Unidos for 45 años and you don't speak no English? I was like, what the hell? How do you go to America and no speak no English? Because they don't have to. Because the integration hasn't been integration. It has been taken over Miami. There are areas of Miami, and trust me, you don't see them as much as y'all think, but there are areas and communities in Miami where it's not necessary for the people to ever learn English. Everything is in Spanish. They go to the little Comano cafe. They have their Cuban coffee. The newspapers are in Spanish. Everybody talks in Spanish. A couple of trips ago, unfortunately, I ran into one of these little neighborhoods. I was looking for a SIM card. And I went there and I was like, listen, I need a SIM card. No habla English. And they don't even pay you no mind because they're like, we don't speak English. You're not Cuban. We don't care. And I'm just like, did I just land in Havana? I think I took the wrong flight. Cayman Airways. I was supposed to go to Miami. And they were dismissive because if you don't speak Spanish, they don't learn English. They don't care. Boom, whatever. Some of them say they've been here 6, 7, 8 years and they're trying to integrate, but you don't speak any English. What kind of integration have you been doing? I'm just wondering. Okay, it's just a question. I'm just saying. I got questions. I don't know who got the answers, but I definitely have questions. So Vanessa says some Cubans are rude. Listen, people are rude in all nationalities. I'm going to give you that. But I think that what they don't recognize is like that attitude for a non-Cuban is considered like, whoa, And I don't think that they're trying to be aggressive. Like you even see the body language and, how they interact even with each other. Somebody's like, oh, look, Jose said this, I think. Look, they're fighting with each other. And I think these are cultural things that a lot of us, especially as Caymanians, don't really appreciate it. And I've seen it, and some of it is more the Spanish culture. It's not necessarily 100% Cubans. The Spanish culture tends to be, and this is why some of y'all like these Spanish women, because they're a little bit loca, and they get crazy. And y'all love that. Y'all love the crazy. They can argue and fight with you, and pappy, and throwing this and that, and throwing knives at you. But then you say the sweeter the poison. So when y'all kiss and make up, you're like, oh, my Honduran mommy, yeah, she's loca, but when she's not loca, the loving is so good. I'm just like, what the hell? But y'all love that kind of madness and that craziness. And so I think culturally, there's something to be said. It's a generalization, I will admit, but there is something to be said for the craziness that comes with certain cultures, and y'all are down for it. Just the way people talk, the body language, the raising of the voices, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, cálmate. But to them, that's not aggression. That's just a regular day in the neighborhood. And I'm just saying, just because you think it's a regular day in the neighborhood doesn't mean that other people don't see it as aggressive behavior. And that's what I was trying to legitimately explain to them yesterday, is that even that protesting on our government steps is seen as aggressive. And they're like, oh, but we're not trying to be aggressive. We don't see it that way. Well, it's not how you see it. The host country and the people of the host country are seeing it as aggressive. So I tried to make them understand. And I appreciated the lady issuing the apology. Even about the protests, she did say that they were sorry, like they didn't, mean it in that way. And okay, I say thank you, and I appreciate that. Now, we got to make some changes to be fair to them as well, right? Our government is saying we are processing these applications as quickly as we can. When we turn them down, they then try to appeal. They don't try to appeal, then they appeal, and it takes a very, very long time. It is clear that some of these people are not understanding the process even, which it's not really our obligation. I guess on the one hand, you can say, is it our government's obligation to explain it to them? I think that we should take that upon ourselves to do so. And we would probably have less protesting and whatever. But every time they're unhappy about a situation, somebody said, why not just come on Sandy's show? She's going to get you tons of people watching and paying attention, as opposed to going out on the steps of the government building and sitting there protesting. I think they would actually be more effective if they did it another way as well, I must say. The way that they're doing it, yes, this gets you 5 minutes of, attention, but it also gets you a lot of hate. And this is what I want to say to the Cuban people who are listening to me. You see all those Caymanians driving by cursing you out. We're off radio, by the way, right? Saying, I heard them. Fuck you. Get out of here. You stinking Cubans, this and that. You guys are going to sit there and allow this to escalate. And this is what the Cayman government does not want. Like I said, our government does not want your blood on our hands. It's going to escalate, and you're going to get some fool person do something that we will all sit back and wonder, oh my God, how did we get to this point? That is why, had you gone through the correct process of applying to the police to be able to host a protest, which is what you're supposed to do. You see, the RCIPS is going soft with you guys because they don't want it to look like you claim your, illegal migrants and whatever. They don't want it to look like they're targeting you guys. But the mere fact that you've done it the right way should give them the power to arrest all of you, even as protesters, because you've not gotten permission. You understand? If I want to protest in my own country, I have to get permission. So how are you going to come as an outsider and protest without permission? Huh? That don't make no sense. So you have to understand the context of what is happening in this country. Right? They say that, when they get offended when you say, oh, they're not protesting in their country, because they are. It goes beyond the question of whether or not you're not protesting in your country. It's to the crux of your country is broken, and it has been broken for a very, very long time. Yes? The Castro regime is still in power. His brother Fidel died. The brother Raul, whatever his name is taken over. You, the people, have got to have your own internal revolution and rise up against your government, just not protesting here and there. You have to take your country back. If you want a democracy, and I don't know if they do or not, but if that's what the majority of the Cuban people want, then you have to make that happen. And not just the Cubans that are in Cuba, but the Cubans that are outside of Cuba as well. You guys have a large contingent of refugees all over the world, right? So not even refugees, just Cubans that have migrated to everywhere, but mostly the United States of America. You have Mark Rubio. Isn't he a Cuban? You have celebrities. What are their names? Give me some names of very popular celebrities. There's I'm looking at this woman. What is her name again? There's a lot of them. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at her. She was in an accident some years ago. Oh my gosh, I can't think of her name now. But anyway, you guys have a lot of influential Cubans who can fight. Gloria Estefan. Yes, thank you. I was thinking of Gloria. You have a lot of Cuban people who are powerful from Miami Sound Machine, yes, who are influential. And, you know, you guys have to get together and fight your fight. This is what people, they're not trying to insult you when they say, deal with your business in your country. They're saying there's millions of Cubans all over the world. Yes? In Cuba, John Secada is another one. In Cuba, outside Cuba, get your resources together and take your government back. Deal with Fidel and his people. Well, he's dead now. Raul, whatever the hell his name is. Right? The revolution was in 1959. And the solution for Cubans is to run from their own country? No. The solution has to be that you have to fight. You have to stay and fight in your own country. All of this new generation of Cubans, they don't even know anything about the revolution. They know what the government wants them to know. That is 65 years ago. The majority of Cubans now don't know anything about the revolution. They don't know anything about standing up against any oppressive government. You know why they were protesting in July? She talked about the protests last year in 2022. That was an economic protest in the streets. It wasn't a political protest. It was because of the COVID shutdown. There was a certain amount of money from tourism and visitors and whatever that was not coming into the country anymore. And the people were feeling the financial pinch of it. That is an economic situation, an economic, crises. That's why you're protesting. It is not a political protest. So even the people who are involved in that, they're not political dissidents. They're not protesting the politics and the revolution and whatever. Those are the people who should be getting political asylum. You're protesting because you're too poor and you can't feed your family and you don't have enough food. And we are sorry and we are sympathetic. However, there is a difference, right? There is a huge difference. And like all countries that have gone through revolutions and civil wars and uprising and whatever, nobody on the outside can fix your problem. Look at Haiti. No amount of international aid and assistance will ultimately fix Haiti's problem. The people of Haiti have got to stand up within their own country, identify their own internal leadership that is not corrupt, and fix it themselves. Caller, good morning.
Well, good morning again, Sandy. I'm sorry I have to call you back because I got a call from somebody who said, well, since I said that they have to find a judge who is pro-Caymanian, the person was asking, well, how can that judge be pro-Caymanian? Don't they have to apply international standards? And I thought that that's very, very important. I should just explain it briefly. You see, what happens with international standards is that the principle is set at the international level as to what a refugee is and all those details. But what also international law accepts is that each country will have, sometimes it's called a margin of appreciation, or sometimes called the modalities of application. So in other words, the way one principle might be applied in Cayman might not be the same way it is applied in the UK. So for example, a judge in Cayman will apply the principle, but say, look, because Cayman is a small place, we shall be more strict on this particular area. And so that's where each country can put its own understanding of international conventions while maintaining that common denominator. It can apply certain things either more strictly or less strictly, and that is also allowed in international law. Modalities of application or margin of appreciation. The Caymanian margin of appreciation must be applied by whichever judge is put in that position. That's what I thought I should explain that.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it so much. So, you know, I would encourage, I mean, I think ultimately the Cuban people, and I'm not here to tell them what to do, it's a matter for them, but I think all of us are saying, listen, if you guys are not happy with the current situation that is in your country, you need to change that. The solution is not a mass exodus and you keep leaving Cuba and trying to go somewhere else and build your life, right? You need to fix your country. That is your country. That should be where you're, like, as Caymanians say, that's where my navel string is buried. I'm ride or die for my country. You've got to figure it out. You know, there are resources available both inside and outside of Cuba that you guys have to get your hands on. So between 2022 and 2023, over 425 or nearly 425,000 Cuban migrants went to the United States of America alone. In addition, there was another 36,000 Cubans who submitted asylum applications in Mexico from January of 2022 to November of 2023. Let me put this in a larger context, right? Now, make note of the number that go there versus the number that actually take the time to fill out the paperwork for political asylum. Most just want to get in the country and they will do so illegally. 425,000 compared to only 36,000 actually submitting asylum applications in the United States of America from Mexico. Taken together, these figures account for over 4% of the Cuban population. It's the equivalent of emptying entire provinces of the island in just 2 years. Let me say that again. Just these numbers alone. 425,000 people migrated to the United States in 2022 and 2023. That same period of time, they had 36,000 applicants applying for political asylum in Mexico. That is the equivalent of emptying provinces, entire provinces of the island in just 2 years. It's staggering. And that does not account for those who went elsewhere. Brazil, Russia, Uruguay, and other countries in the same period. 4%, over 4% of the Cuban population has left Cuba. That cannot be the answer to fixing your problems long term. Anybody listening? They have had historically high levels of migration from the island, greater than the 1980 Mariel boat lift and the 1994 rafter crises combined. So that's the 1994 crises is when we had our tent city situation here because we were impacted by that mass migration as well. So you take the 1980 Mariel boat lift and the 1994 rafter crises, combine the two of those, and that still doesn't meet the number of Cubans that have been migrating since 2022. And it comes down to one thing. The political situation in Cuba now in 2022 is no worse than it was when Castro took over in the 60s. There's no revolution, and they're not going around grabbing people out of their homes and killing them. This, people, is economics. Economics. This comes down to it. They're having a tough time, especially coming out of COVID. Not even coming out of COVID, during COVID. They were protesting. They'll tell you the rolling blackouts, that it has gotten exponentially worse. Yeah. Nicaragua implemented this thing in 2021, where they created basically an air bridge that helps them get closer to the United States by way of Mexico. So they took out the Darien, what's it called again? The Darien route, which is very, very arduous way of getting to the States. They've removed that. Jamaica has said, nope, we're not going to do it. They can talk about seaborne migration. There's different migratory routes that they take in order to get to the United States of America. From Costa Rica to Dominican Republic, Panama, Jamaica, Mexico. Mexico is one of the biggest routes right now. Mm-hmm. And other countries. It's easy to look down on Cayman. We're a small nation, 85,000 people. They're expecting things of us that other countries way bigger than us are not going to accommodate Cubans and do. Let's put the facts now to what I'm telling you guys. Costa Rica began requiring transit visas for Cubans starting in February of 22. Panama and the Dominican Republic issued similar policies in March of 2022. Jamaica and Mexico joined suit in March and October of 2023. It's easy to look down on poor little Caymanians. You guys go against our human rights and this and that and blah, 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 blah. Huh? Are y'all protesting in Kingston, Jamaica? Tell me where, which street in Kingston so I can go and have a look. You're not. You know why you're not? Although they put policies in place, you better have a transit visa. You're not coming here so. If you end up in Jamaica, they're going to put you back on the plane and send you back to Cuba really, really quickly. And guess what? You're not going to protest in Kingston. Because one thing I can tell you for sure, if y'all don't know nothing about Jamaicans, nobody not going to rival them when it comes to attitude and, if need be, violence and protesting. If they got to do what they got to do, they're going to do it. Guyana is one of the only other countries in the hemisphere that still allows visa-free entry to Cubans. That should tell you a lot. I'm just saying. These are the facts. What is fueling this situation? Listen carefully. The crises facing Cuba today can be traced in part, by a large part, to the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, which laid bare many of the island's nation's persistent structural dilemmas. Cuba's fragile economy sputtered as tourism dollars, which is a lifeline for many, dried up. Long-standing U.S. embargo restrictions that prevent Cuba from purchasing goods on credit had serious implications for how the Cuban government was able to weather the economic downturn during the pandemic. The economic woes were further compounded by a U.S. policy configuration or reconfiguration under President Trump, which included returning Cuba to the list of state-sponsored terrorism in January of 2021. You see any of the Cubans protesting in Miami? Listen to me carefully. They own Miami. The governor's Cuban. Everybody's Cuban. Where are they in Miami, and what government steps are they in Miami protesting? When President Trump returned Cuba to the list of state sponsors of terrorism in January of 2022. You want to hear the funny thing about this? Not too long ago, this was last October when I was traveling. I was in Miami on a layover flight. And I heard a Cuban in Miami in the airport. There was some dignitary coming through. And I was like, who's coming through? Because they had a little bit more security at Miami airport. Oh, it's the president of Honduras, the female president. I forget what her name is. Anyway, I said, oh, wow, okay, cool. They were escorting her in the little trolley through, And this Cuban guy is sitting there talking. And I hear him talking about, President Trump. I love President Trump. And da-da-da. I was like, what the ras, Klata Guanya? You love President Trump? You say you're a Cuban? Yeah, he's the best thing. And I said, wow. Now I have heard it all. You guys love President Trump. Well, go talk to him about this policy because that has made it a lot more difficult on your people. You don't believe me? Go and read the Advocacy for Human Rights in the Americas. It's called WOLA, W-O-L-A. And they talk about the human cost of Cuba's inclusion on the State Sponsor of Terrorism Act, or list, sorry. So when Cuba was re-added to the list on January the 12th of 2022, in the twilight of the Trump presidency, mind you now, President Obama removed them from the list back in 2015. You know how this has impacted Cuba? Well, I know one thing. Caymanians know. That's why y'all can't even go there no more without having your ESTA pulled from you. You go to Cuba, and the Americans are saying, oh, sorry, Titi. Sorry, Bobo. Give us that ESTA. And then when you try to get a visa, they're going to turn that down too. I think we need to educate people. Okay. The impact is significant. I'm going to give y'all a few things in terms of how this decision by the Americans have impacted Cuba. Cubans with Spanish citizenship have had their ESTAs, visa waiver to the United States, canceled or denied. Cubans resided in the European Union have been denied bank accounts. Pay attention now, because I don't see them out there protesting none of this. Cubans residing in the European Union have been denied, have had their European bank accounts denied, and have had existing accounts frozen since their nationality makes them high-risk clients. Some universities in the United States are barred from supporting research or other work by Cubans, by artists, by writers, by academics, by activists and journalists as at risk who reside on the island. Faith-based groups. Y'all want to talk about, okay, man, you're supposed to be Christians. Faith-based groups have had funds frozen and humanitarian supply shipments blocked from going to Cuba. People attempting to make a PayPal or Wise money transfer to Cuba, to family in Cuba, have had their funds frozen and accounts blocked. Humanitarian aid now has severe obstacles, lots of shortages, financial and banking issues, academic exchange and travel has been impacted. This is the crux of what is happening in Cuba. This is a political asylum. This is an economic issue. I'm trying to be as crystal clear here so that you guys understand where the issues lie. This ain't got nothing to do with Cayman. We are a small little pond, a small little island in a big pond. But for our people, we are severely impacted. Yeah? So I'm going to invite all Cubans in this country. I see some of y'all comment. So some of y'all comment and say, I'm a Cuban. I'm ashamed of these Cubans for the way that they're coming here and how they're disrespecting Cayman. I had one this morning that sent me a message saying the exact same thing. They're Cuban, and they say, Sandy, I don't support this kind of foolishness. Our people have got to be respectful. We're not here to fix the economic problems of the world. It is sad. I can't remember who made this comment. Let me see here if I can recall the name. Faded Mary Jean. She says, who here can make a seed, make dirt, produce water for nothing, blow breath, create wind, the sun? That's all fine, Faded Mary Jean. Trust me. Nobody here is trying to play God. But what I'm telling you is any country in the world that has something of value within their borders has got to protect their borders. It cannot be a free-for-all in the name of, well, God wanted us all to have everything. From the day that you had Adam and Eve, people have been fighting over resources, over land, fighting over access to money, the whole 9 yards. If we sit back and open our borders to everybody, make it a free-for-all, oh yes, come in. The good Lord said everybody must share in the Caymanian wind and the breeze and the thing and that. You have overfishing of your environment. You have destructive practices. You have your culture being disintegrated into nothing. Nobody in their right mind wants that. I'm all for inclusion, but it has to be done in a sustainable way. When we talk about sustainability, when it comes to the environment, for example, right? We can't talk about sustainability and not consider the sustainability of our culture and of our people. Hear me, Faded Mary Jean. Caymanians are already outnumbered in this country. The average Caymanian feels a way about that. When you say, well, you guys don't own the air that we breathe. No, but we control our borders. We're an island. And if we have a way of living here that we wish to protect, we can't just fling open the borders and say, everybody come, no matter who you are, what your issues are, we don't care, just welcome everybody in. There are big countries who are more prepared to do that and absolve numbers easier because of their land space, their population, their finances, everything. And they don't do it. You know why? Because it is still going to have a detrimental impact on them. We're already having infrastructural problems now. Come from the eastern districts in the morning. Try to go home in the evenings, and you know what I'm talking about. You go hospitals, honey child, there's a wait. Schools are overpopulated. Why? Private schools have waiting lists. Government schools not got no waiting lists, but they overpopulated. The children, way more, hundreds of children more than they should, creating all sorts of issues. The government hemorrhaging money. Why? Because you can't just fling open your doors and invite everybody in. Good morning, caller.
Yes. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Hi. Okay, they were calling from a private number, so maybe they didn't want to come in there. My point is, you can't just throw open your doors and invite everybody in, no matter how well, like your heart might want to, but you can't sustain that type of thing. No country in the world can do that. Show me one country that has had a completely open immigration policy and that has worked out well for them. I'll wait, because I feel confident that you can't show me one that is being successful. So you have to protect what you have. Now, if big countries around the world are able to implement border control, have border requirements, this, that, and the next thing. Why can't Cayman? And we, Leroy, we're not even like the Americans. We're not even saying build a wall because they're so desperate to keep illegal migrants out. They're willing to build a physical wall as though that's going to work. Irvin said, try to go to the supermarket on a Friday or Saturday, and you'll see how crazy it is. You have to protect your own people first. And so our government has an obligation to Caymanians first. That doesn't mean they must abuse other people, right? But no one else in our country or anybody else's country should feel like they have a right to go there and be prioritized before anybody else. I went to the United States of America as a child. As a child, there was a lot that I did not appreciate. However, as I grew up into a young adult, even when I was still in America, I understood my place. And I understood that that was not my country. Even when I had residency, I'm like, I'm still a guest in your country, huh? You've given me a green card, which you can take at any time. You have to behave and you have to follow their rules and you have to do things their way. You don't get to go there and tell them how to run their country. Not America, not the UK, not anywhere else. So why do people feel like they can come to Cayman and demand certain things and demand certain rights? Huh? What makes them think that we don't have the right to say this is our country and we wish to protect it and we wish to have, certain rules and regulations in place and certain standards? Why can't we say that? Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Morning, honey.
Hi, Sandra. Just wanted, I don't usually call into your show, but I'm calling in today because I just want to point out the obvious. Caymanians are a minority here. We're no longer the majority. We are a minority. Mm-hmm. And our governments that we keep putting in here every day or every voting time is not doing anything better for us. You spoke about the schools being full, the education going to the whatever.
The dogs.
The dogs.
Yeah.
Because I realize we're on a show and I can't say what I really want to say.
Well, we're in overtime now, so you can say anything you want.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
going to the craps.
Yes.
And we're not going, we're going to the craps.
Yes.
And on top of that, our Caymanians that go off to college, come back and can't get a decent job. We have to end up taking jobs that are not even relative to our what we went away for. So you tell me what is happening in our little country here. Who is looking out for us as a Caymanian people? I have sat in conversations that I had to get up from the foreign. Guaranteed, we need a certain amount of foreign here, yes. Okay? But at the end of the day, I've sat in conversations here where people drag down our own people, speak about us speak about us like we are the underdogs. What is happening? Caymanians need to pull together. That's one thing I've noticed about my own Caymanian people. We do not pull together. We're like, the term says, crabs in a bucket.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if Sandra get anything better than, me.
Yep.
I have to run Sandra down. Okay? No. I'm going to say it like this. The Filipinos are pulling together. The Jamaicans are pulling together. At the end of the day, we have a lot of them here. And like I said, I'm not racist, I'm not whatever. But what is wrong with our own Caymanian people that we can't pull together? Lift each Caymanian, lift another Caymanian up.
Yes.
Look out for each other. That's where we need to start. And we run down, we say, oh, the government, this. We need to start with ourselves.
That's true.
Ourselves alone. You understand?
Yes.
Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
I mean, for sure. I agree. Shaka Zulu says even a DUI can be a cause for deportation from the US. And yes, everybody who has something to protect, you've got to protect it. That's the bottom line, really. Anyway, folks, someone sent me this video reminding us of the UK's position, just in case y'all forgot.
I said enough is enough, and I mean it. And that means I am prepared to do what must be done. So early next year, we will introduce new legislation to make unambiguously clear that if you enter the UK illegally, you should not be able to remain here. Instead, you will be detained and swiftly returned either to your home country or to a safe country where your asylum claim will be considered. And you will no longer be able to frustrate removal attempts with late or spurious claims or appeals. And once removed, you should have no right to re-entry, settlement, or citizenship.
Well, the man said what he said. He didn't mince his words. It is what it is. Folks, y'all have a blessed day, honey child. What can we do but keep up the good fight? One day at a time, sweet Jesus. Yep. All right, folks, have a good day. We'll be back here tomorrow. What's tomorrow, Thursday? Yes, honey child, tomorrow's Thursday. All right. Good. Listen, don't log off yet. I want to share this interview that we did over the weekend with the Chamber of Commerce. It was Earth Day cleanup on Saturday. And so stick around for this. They did a really phenomenal job. Thanks to all of the organizations and the companies that participated in the Earth Day cleanup efforts. All right, so we're here this morning, Saturday morning, as part of the annual Earth Day cleanup. Of course, the Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce really does an amazing job just coordinating and facilitating so many people being out on the roadway. Joe Lawson is the new president of the chamber this year. So Joe, obviously you participated, and I see the theme this year is Preserve Marine Life, Plastics Destroy. So tell us a little bit about why it's so important for the chamber to always be sort of leading the effort for the Earth Day cleanup and just pushing for, environmental awareness.
I think we can talk about economic prosperity all the time, but without the beautification of the island, we won't have anything. So keeping our island clean and the shores clean is obviously of utmost importance. So it's really important to the chamber to keep this momentum going. We had over 3,000 volunteers this year, over 150 cleanup teams across the island. So amazing participation, and the shirts are great. Everybody's kind of reaching out and seeing if they could get more shirts, so that's good.
Yeah, no, they're really beautiful, showing your marine life, turtles, and of course plastic continues to be a concern, especially in our oceans, in our marine life. And we know that here in Cayman, our marine life is like everything because we are an island. Yeah. So I'm supposing that's why you guys picked the theme this year.
Yeah, and particularly when you take the kids out to clean up with you, they will pick up those straws and be very concerned about the turtles. Yes. So it is very important.
Yeah. All right. Fantastic. And then of course every year you guys do a little get together with all the volunteers, little brunch. So you're here now at Grando House. So this camaraderie, it's amazing to see the amount of people who are here. So tell us a little bit about how this feels to see the supporters.
So this is thank you to all the sponsors and just giving them some food after the hot morning out of cleanup. So just saying thank you to their overwhelming support every year. And so this is just our gesture.
All right, beautiful. Thank you so much, Joe.
Thanks.
All right, folks, we're also here with Will Panu, the CEO of the Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce. So Will, good morning to you. It's so amazing to see all of your volunteers out this morning as part of your annual Earth Day cleanup. Can you remind us how many years you guys have been at this now?
We've been doing this cleanup for really 25 years.
Yes.
It's a long period of time, and it's really made a big difference in the community over those many years.
Yeah, fantastic. And as you see the numbers continue to grow and the awareness about environmental concerns, I noticed again the theme this year was Preserve Marine Life, Plastic Destroy. How does it make you feel to see more and more people, more and more organizations getting involved in your annual cleanup efforts?
I think overall, the country generally is environmentally conscious. There are so many more people that are preserving every aspect of our environment, from cleaning up their yards and and their communities, to actually even the marine life. We have those divers that go out there, and they do so many different things to keep our waters clean as well. We need to do more though. At the end of the day, we do this cleanup because unfortunately we have people out there that continue to litter. So really the message is, take pride in the Cayman Islands. It's a beautiful place to live, and even though it's a lot cleaner than many other Caribbean islands, we still have to make sure that we always have the pride to say, let's not drop those containers on the side of the street. Let's find those trash receptacles, and let's put our litter in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Chamber has really been a forerunner in the Earth Day cleanup efforts. Other organizations join you, and you've got amazing sponsors who come on board. So what would you like to say to those volunteers and sponsors as well?
Well, we couldn't do this without the sponsors. Reality is this cleanup costs quite a bit of money to do and to carry out. We want to definitely thank DART as well as Cayman National as the title sponsors for the event. We'd like to thank the Department of Environment and Environmental Health. They're the ones that give us the bags that we can do for the cleanup, the gloves. And I'd also like to thank the Ministry of Environment as well. In reality, it's the NICE program that was put together by the ministry is an excellent program, because our cleanup teams say this year they didn't find as much litter as they did in normal years because of those workers that are out there helping to clean up some of the hot spots. So again, it's a collaborative effort. The Chamber is just one spoke in this wheel to keep our islands clean. And I'd just like to encourage everyone, Earth Day is not just one day. We have to be consciously aware that our product has to be manicured all the time, and it starts with each one of us keeping our islands clean.
Absolutely. So all hands on deck.
That's right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So folks, this is the appreciation brunch here at Grand Ole House with all of the volunteers. Some have already come. They're coming in sort of waves, if you will. Some have already come and have left. And, they keep coming as they're finishing their cleanup efforts and grabbing a bite to eat and sitting down and, having some nice fellowship with each other. So this is absolutely amazing and refreshing to see.
Here at this brunch celebration for the sponsors for Earth Day cleanup the Chamber of Commerce puts on every year. Great of them to organize. It's always good to get out and do something for the community, help clean up where we can. There's always not as many people treasure our paradise as well as they should. Like that stuff you go and you see along the coastline and along the roadside. It's it'd be nice if everyone could do their part more, but it also gives you a feeling of giving back, and we all do a little part, keeping paradise.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that you've participated many years now.
Oh yeah.
How did you find this year compared to some of the previous years?
Noticeably, there was less trash this time. I don't know if it's because my group came out at 8 o'clock, other groups showed up at 7. I don't know if they wiped out all the trash. It seemed I know the government got some nice workers going on, just having a discussion that they're doing a good job with the roadsides and stuff like that. But I think it's getting better. I know we was on Bacchus in West Bay, and there's less dumping than there used to be. So people are getting more aware. And just continue to grow awareness of taking care of what we have, because could be here today and gone tomorrow.
Absolutely. And the theme this year about preserving the marine environment in particular, obviously you know how important that is to us being an island.
Oh yeah. I mean, our pastime is from the sea. Growing up fishing, going fishing with my uncle and looking conchs only in conch season. And it's all part of it that we want to be able to cherish and help our kids enjoy that same thing, but they won't if we don't protect it, So
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, so good morning. How are you?
I am fine. Fabulous to be true.
Yes, wonderful. So you participated obviously in the annual Earth Day cleanup.
Earth Day cleanup, yes.
So you're part of the Proven Bank group
team.
So tell us a little bit about why it was so important for you to participate.
Well, we need to preserve, our economy and our environment.
Yes.
And it was all about, the turtle being our national, one of our national symbols.
Yeah.
And we were able to do things that would help them in the sense of cleaning the beach, but taking away the plastics and all the other debris that would prevent them from getting into the water. Aside from that, it was extremely nice to be able to make sure that our shoreline is clean and, able to, that when our tourists come along, they would, enjoy nice, clean beaches. So for me, it was very heartwarming to be a part of, something this big, of this magnitude, and at least Proven Bank was able to participate.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, so good morning.
Hi, good morning.
I understand that you are spearheading the Proven team this morning as part of the Earth Day cleanup in collaboration with the Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about why you guys wanted to participate.
Well, we think it's really important, obviously, to keep our beautiful islands beautiful and pristine and safe, not only for now, for the generation now, but for the future.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, my daughter was with us earlier this morning, so we're teaching them young. We had 21 volunteers come out today, and it is part of our ethos, right? We all live here. We want to enjoy the islands. We want to enjoy the beach, and it's also good camaraderie. Because we had different departments, 5 different departments join.
Oh wow! Very nice.
Well represented this morning, and we're looking forward to being sponsors next year again.
Oh, beautiful! Is this your first year participating, or have you guys done it in the past?
As Proven Bank, this is our first year participating. But many people have participated in other capacities, just as volunteers with other companies previously to working at Proven Bank.
Wonderful. The theme this year, preserving marine life, and really focusing on plastics in particular and how detrimental they can be to our oceans. Any thoughts that you have about the significance of that?
No, absolutely. Especially with microplastics, we found a lot of small caps and everything, so we're happy that we were able to pick that up. I will say, hopefully it is getting better, because I have been out in Barkers before in many, many years, over the last 10 years, and it is getting less and less. Yes. I know government put their foot forward to get some people to clean that up, but we're happy to do our part. But we do know that it's really important, because it's, hurtful to the marine life, but also, for the fishing that we do with the fish, we really need to take that step to make it cleaner.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You want my powers, I will show you where they go. You like the wind, I'll tell you where it blows. Clean as you go, clean as you go, clean as you go, yeah. You need my energy, I'll show you where to go. You want the rivers, let me show you where they flow. Clean as you go, clean as you go, clean as you go. You want the highest building in your town. Where's my trees? I don't see them around here no more. You wanna go to Mars, but the soil is full of mercury. Keep my water clean, free from PVC. How many pieces of plastic in the Tennessee River? I hope this makes you see things clearer. You climb the mountain, I city, all I see is walls. Where is my son? I don't know, maybe he's gone. Skyscrapers, 100,000 acres, betrayed you maker. Floating in the river, mostly plastic bottles. Water's so polluted, I don't see my own reflection. Call her mother, but where's your affection, my child? Where's your affection, my child? Clean as you go, clean as you go.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.